Following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, his third time on podcast. Scientist, mathematician.
Two, one, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Randall Carlson, how are you, sir? Doing well.
What's up, Rogonaut fam? Next up on the Discord is Joe Rogan Experience 606, starring Randall Carlson. You can find this live in the Discord all day, every day. Joe Rogan Podcast, train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Joe. You freaked out the entire podcast population the last time you were here with your stories of cataclysmic disasters, oceans, asteroid impacts, and just the evidence that you presented was a real mind fuck. Well, what can I say? I apologize to all the listeners out there that I had nightmares.
No worries. I knew that was going to be the case. I knew after the first time I met you, we had that long conversation in Atlanta. I knew once you sat down for 3 hours on a podcast and opened up about that stuff, it was really going to uncork a lot of people's donors.
Well, ironically, there's an upside. Maybe we'll have time to get into that.
Yeah, definitely. So tell me, you just returned from a long excursion with Graham Hancock. You want to bend that down towards your face? You just returned from a long excursion with Graham Hancock. You guys were on the road. What was the nature of the trip?
Well, we were taking Graham on a tour, showing him some landscapes. I do call it the landscapes of catastrophe, because he's doing his secret figures and plans. And when he came up with that movie in 5, he was the rise of small civilization. The critics, the gist of most of what the critics were attacking, there were considerable attacks as a result of some of the things. Well, if there was this great civilization that existed somewhere back in prehistory, where's the evidence? Where is the pottery? Where are the carvings? Where is the infrastructure existing? And I don't know if he really had an answer for that, other than the fact that there had been cataclysmic events that had intervened between then and now. But he wasn't really specific about what the nature of those catastrophes were. And a lot of additional research has come out since 1995, basically opens the window onto those events that basically separates our modern history, which the recorded history goes back 5,000 or 6,000 years. We look at the emergence of modern civilization, we basically trace it back to 9,000 years ago, with the emergence of agriculture, the dispersion of languages, the first cities, and so forth. When we go beyond 1,000 years, we're in a completely different area. And, so completely different that it's almost unrecognizable. If we started recreating maps, going backwards, like taking snapshots of the planet, every millennium going back, what you can see is that going back to 7,000 or 8,000 years ago, the basic configuration of our planet would not change much. Once we get 11, 12, 13,000 years ago, the changes become profoundly dramatic. We start seeing sea levels going down hundreds of feet. We see massive ice sheets covering North America, Europe, and lots of other enormous changes. Beyond that is what I consider to be deep history. Because, as we may have talked about in our last interview, we modern humans have been on this planet for 150 to 200,000 years at least. If we go back and say, I think the oldest modern human skeleton ever found was a Homo adult, and it dates to about 180,000 years. If we think of a generation of humans as 25 years, that's 7,000 generations of humans. Now, so the question is, what were we doing for all those thousands of generations until somebody finally realized that, we could plant crops, we could build cities, we could form communities, we could invent language, etc., etc. Well, my contention is, and I think the evidence that's accumulating supports this interpretation, what we're really seeing 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 years ago is not the origins of civilization, but the rebirth of civilization. And when we go back and we realize that modern history is separated from deep history by this extraordinary series of events that transpired between about 11, 13, 14,000 years ago. Once we begin to recognize how extreme these events were in remodeling our planet, totally remodeling our planet, then it becomes obvious to us why there's not a lot of hard evidence for what it was prior to these.
There's been some things that they've found since then that have really made Graham Hancock's theories become more and more palatable to even mainstream scientists, like Göbekli Tepe.
Exactly. Göbekli Tepe. These are structures being built at least 11,000 years ago. I'm waiting to find out the most recent ideas on I think probably because what Graham told me, they're just on the preliminary stages of the next year. So
I believe Göbekli Tepe is less than 10%.
Yeah. So this is this enormous room that appears to be late Pleistocene, Ice Age, in age, that apparently was deliberately there, which is interesting. Brings up a very interesting issue. Why?
And they know it's deliberately buried because of the uniformity of the age of the
Yes.
earth.
I questioned Graham on that because I wanted to know if it was, because the first thing I thought to myself was it could be natural, because I have seen so many sedimentary deposits caused by great floods. Graham assured me that it was deliberate. It was not, because if it had been buried by floods or water, there should be internal stratification. Very obvious. I've been giving it some thought, and what occurred to me was this, and Graham's my great response from this, but I started thinking, if it was deliberately buried, why would they bury it? Then I began thinking, we talked about last time, we were talking about the Tunguska in Siberia. We had this massive area of detonation, that was about a 15 megaton explosion. Okay, now that's equivalent to our biggest hydrogen bombs that used to be American arsenal.
And it's just because of that.
And about 150-foot diameter asteroid, which is not that big, really relative to the cosmic scale of things. The point is, a rifle bullet, let's say it averages about 1,000 feet per second. An asteroid coming into the atmosphere is 20 or 30 times that velocity. So it carries an enormous kinetic punch when it hits the atmosphere. It explodes because of the fact that the Earth is not actually absorbing a lot of that energy. It's dispersion right through the atmosphere. Now think about this, particularly during the height of the Cold War, in order to protect our missile silos, our super hardened command and control centers, what did we do? Put them underground, bury them. Exactly. And that I began to think, perhaps, could explain why it was buried, in order to preserve it against the possibility of some kind of an area, some kind of higher energy.
That seems a weird thing for 12,000 years ago. We have really no evidence whatsoever that anybody's capable of doing anything like that long ago.
Well, I think about it on the contrary. I think that what we see at the very beginnings of recorded history is an obsession with the sky. And that's one of the points of Graham brings out in his work. That humans, our ancestors of 10, 12, 13,000, even much sooner than we had just an obsessive concern with events in the sky. And, all of these ancient structures, whether we're talking about Stonehenge, and I'm sure it's going to be the same case with Göbekli Tepe. When we look at this infrastructure from the Mesolithic period to the Neolithic period from 5,000 years, what we see is that there's this concern with astronomy. The chemical alignments that are built into these structures actually allow some pretty sophisticated observations of events happening in the sky. And we can maybe pull up some stuff here that's brought to the story. But I think that it's highly plausible that even back then, because think about this, you're trying to put this in context. How many generations ago was the primary mode of transportation horseback? 4 or 5 generations ago. Right? Pretty crazy. Now, like 7,000 generations. You're going to tell me that all of that time, all of those generations of humans that have the same, presumably, intelligence as our own because they have the same brain size, not going to be able to come up with some kind of a transmitted tradition, some type of the idea of culture, of civilization, you know, that's my point, is that there was so much that has been lost. Once we understand how dynamic this planet really is, it'll become clear to us why we don't have hard physical things that are different.
To put it in perspective for people who have never studied ancient Egypt, Cleopatra, the pyramids, if you look at the date of the pyramids, the Cleopatra is closer to us,
Yes. And the pyramids were
which is nuts. It's like, you stop and think about that, like, wait a minute, what? It was that old back then? And they found these little tiny airplanes inside the pyramids, these little miniature, carved airplanes that look like airplanes. People have tried to say, well, no, they represent birds. That doesn't look like a bird at all. I mean, they have a rudder. They look like planes.
Well, yeah, and there are traditions, particularly Vedic traditions, that are full of descriptions of flying objects. Yeah, exactly. So what is that? I'm not going to proclaim unequivocally it's airplanes, but at the same time, you got to keep an open mind about it. And the point I'm trying to make is that, there was so much time to transpire. All kinds of things could have happened that have basically been erased.
Right.
And hopefully by the end of today's interview, you'll have a better, clear idea of specifically what some of those things are.
So we're talking about a potential civilization of maybe tens of thousands of years of growth. And if we're looking at what we have from the beginning of the dawn of civilization in Mesopotamia, somewhere around 7,000 years ago, from that till today, we're talking about maybe double or triple that was lost in these gigantic cataclysmic events, maybe 15, 20,000, 30,000 years of human beings inventing things, people building upon the inventions of others, expanding, and then all of that, boom, wiped out. We're rubbing sticks together again and start fires, and then whatever memories are left, people have to rebuild.
A generation or two ago, it was easy to dismiss ideas like that as rich.
Right.
Today, as we sit here in 2015, it's not here to say this. Particularly when we now know about the history of this planet and how truly dynamic it is. And that we have, in effect, been sort of blessed the last 6 to 10,000 years to get a relatively stable climate. And I'm going to show you some graphs here that really will blow your mind. It really will underscore how significant some of these changes are. Once we know that, we can incorporate it into our thinking. We realize we have to kind of reevaluate our models of our products.
Okay, well, we have a new setup now with the TriCaster that will allow Randall to take control of the situation here. If you're just listening to this might be one of those podcasts where if you're one of those people that listens to it on a commute, you want to go back and check out the Vimeo or YouTube. Those are the ones that stream through HD. We do it. Some people don't even know we do an HD video of this podcast. So, what is this oxygen isotopes?
Oxygen isotopes. What we're looking at here, this goes back to the early 90s. The glaciologists, paleoclimatologists, the guys who study the ocean planet, extracted these isotopes from the summit. The reason they went to the summit was because they were looking for those undistorted ice core records. Previous ice core extractions in the perimeter of the glaciers. There, the ice flow was much more dynamic, so there was more distortion in the records. What they did was they went to the very center of the European without getting into the background, basically, the basic there was over 2 miles. It took 5 years to drill through, which is
Miles thick.
yes.
Just think about how far, how far 2 miles away. It's like, what is a plane? A plane's a mile in the air?
No. Well, a jet's going to be about 30,000 feet.
What's a mile? 35,000.
A mile, and now you look at remember this because it's going to be, I want to know, 5,280 feet.
It's a mile.
It's a mile, right? Now, the tallest building in downtown LA is probably not. No, actually, I did look it up. I know the tallest building is 1,060. Too much. You have to think of 10 of this stuff.
Right.
2 miles from the that's basically huge mass bodies.
Right.
Right. And that's pretty much the sum of it. Right. And what we're looking at on this graph, if you go down the left side, this is the surface, and then down here this 1,500 is right at the bottom. That's 1,500 meters. Right. 1,500 meters. You figure there's about 3.28 feet per meter, so that's going to be 45, close to 5,000. So this is 1,500 meters is the time in thousands of years before the present. So as you go down right there, there's 1,000 years. You go down, there's 2,000. Down at the bottom, you see 10. So that's 10,000 blocks for temperature change adjacent to the ice. Right? If you look at these are snapshots, basically taken like every 10 years, right? And what you see here is that the temperature is oscillating back and forth, back and forth. It's 2 to 4 degrees centigrade. Now, to put this into context, the concern, we got into this somewhat last time, global warming. And I know that in some of the feedback we got, some of the critical comments came from people who didn't like undermining this whole concept of global warming induced catastrophe. Right? What we see here, though, is clearly that the climate, this is the 10,000 years that we're talking about here, it's called the Holocene by geologists. It's oscillating back to 2 to 4 degrees centigrade every 10, 20 years away. So we're talking about a degree that has changed basically in the last century to a century, right? Which really almost wouldn't even show up. See, when we're going down, as we go down, we'll see. If you go to the right, that means the temperature's warming. If you go to the left, it means it's cooling, right? And so as we go back down, this is through the Holocene. We're going through here, and if you look, there's some interesting stuff going on. Right here at about 8,200 years ago, there's a spike of cooling. And that was very, very significant. I mean, that was probably caused the glaciers worldwide to start growing again for a couple of centuries after they had basically disappeared at the end of the ice age. So this was a very significant event. Then as we get down right here at 10,000, you see it starts deviating to the left, it starts deviating to the cooler. Go to the next slide. When we take this graph and turn it on its side. What I've done here is, you see, this is present right here, and this is basically 10,000 years ago here on the right side. And I've drawn a level. There's a level green line to kind of give you a comparison. You'll notice something. Here's this 8,200 year ago cone spot. Then as we're going along, you'll notice something that the general amplitude of this oscillation starts increasing as we get closer to the present. Can you see that? Yeah, it's big. You'll also notice that it's dropping. It's dropping below that green line. That means it's cooling. So in the last 10,000 years, we went from a period of considerable warming, immediate post-glacial era, and then it began to cool off around 6,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. When I say began to cool off, the temperature oscillations begin to increase in magnitude, okay, which actually contradicts computer models that are saying the amplitude of the oscillations is going to increase as the climate gets warmer. What we actually see from the ice cores is the opposite, and it's right here in this graph. But what's really significant about this is when we go, Jesus Christ, the folks who are listening, there's a giant change. I mean, we're looking at little tiny, maybe millimeter left, right, up until this point. Now we're looking at huge changes, catastrophic changes of temperature. Yeah. And here we're going back. Notice this is between 11, right here, roughly 11,600 years ago and about 14,000 years ago. Look at what happened right here. You can see right around 15,000 years ago, the climate is actually, if we took this thing out of here, you can see there's almost a trend upwards. It gets interrupted right here.
Instant.
Boom, overnight, yeah. And in fact, what has happened is if you go back through the literature of climate change and you read the estimates of how long it took for the planet to shift modes from full glacial to the interglacial like we're now. 50, 75 years ago, it was thousands of years ago. Radiocarbon dating, what happened is that if you look in the 80s, they're talking about perhaps a century, 7 centuries. Now comes the Greenland ice cores and other ice cores and other processes, deep sea cores and so forth. The correlation of all of this evidence. And it goes from centuries to decades. Well, as the ability to perceive these changes with ever greater precision, ever greater resolution has evolved, it's gotten now where the change, the climate change that took us from glacial to interglacial happened right here in this graph.
What?
That's what we're seeing.
So 2010 glacier, 2015 done. Ice age over.
The glacier, bear in mind now that there was a considerable lag between the actual the manifestation of the glaciers, because the glaciers didn't that
Because they're so huge.
right. If you just like
that started.
imagine if we had a big chunk of ice there, we had an ice sculpture, right? And if the temperature is 31 degrees, it's not going to melt. If you turn the temperature up to 70 degrees, right, we can turn the temperature up in a matter, and you can warm up the room in a matter of hours or minutes. But it's going to take a while for that ice sculpture to melt. It's going to be a while.
Right.
Although the change that led to that meltdown was virtually instantaneous. So, but in that period, in this interim, what we're seeing right here, there's an extraordinary, right here, I think, if I go to the next slide. There were two massive warmings. One right here, you can see that we're down here in full glacial, right there. And then boom, right there, this huge spike of warming.
Now, what does that represent when it comes to like temperatures?
That would be on the order of, well, that would be about 10 to 12 degrees centigrade, which would be about 18 degrees Fahrenheit average temperature,
Which is a crazy
change, because
we're scared of 2 degrees. Right?
we're scared of 2 degrees. And here we're scared of 2 degrees centigrade. Here we're looking at 5, 6 times that much in a matter of a couple of years. You see? At this point, we don't really have an explanation for this. That's why I get really frustrated when somebody says, "Oh, climate change is over." No. We're in the infancy of understanding the climate of this planet. And when we look at stuff like this, you see, it really drives home that point. And you can see here, right here,
What people are saying when they're saying that the debate on climate change is over, though, is whether or not human beings have had an impact on it in current times.
no question, we have had it.
Right.
No question. Well, if you say that the debate is about have humans had an impact or not, I think that there's no debate. Humans have had an impact.
What they're looking at, though, in your mind, is one aspect of a very multidimensional issue.
Yes. And my concern is that we're going to get so focused
On carbon change.
that we're not looking at all of these other factors.
Isn't that what people do, though? We concentrate on one actual mean, and then it spreads, and this is all people talk about. You know, it's been so many people, I guarantee you, that were upset, and what you said have not researched climate change at all. They just have parroted the words of people that they've heard on television.
Well, you're going to dispel 97%.
Right.
Agree. Well, look into the origin. It's pretty cool. It really is. I mean, how do you come up with this? We could do an hour-long discussion. But I really feel like I should write an analysis of the sources of 97% so-called consensus. And in a nutshell, basically, it goes through 3 or 4 pieces of research. So surveys that went out that were slanted right from the beginning, such as, do you feel that humans have had an impact on climate? Yes. Nobody disagrees with that. See, you could go through all whoever these so-called deniers are, I've looked and looked. Who's denying? Is there any climate scientists on anywhere on the spectrum that denies that the climate changes or that denies it has had an influence on the climate? And I haven't found a single. So in other words, these deniers that you hear about, climate change deniers, they don't really exist. There are those who criticize the consensus view, right? That the dominant mode of climate change is being induced by humans. And they are being shoved into this camp of climate change deniers, but they're not. They're absolutely not climate change deniers. And when you look at stuff like this, a lot of these guys who question the so-called climate change consensus are guys who do this work.
Now, this work is how old?
Well, this goes back to these. This work that I'm showing you here was published in '93. The Real and High Sheet Project. The Real and High Sheet Project. It was Grim and Gypsum. The two, the European American team, they spent 5 years drilling. So these are the most accurate rocks that you can.
They're pulling tubes of ice. Is that
tubes? Yeah, like cylinders. Picture maybe 6 inches in diameter.
So they have like a circular cutting thing.
They have a circular cutting drill that extracts these ice cores. And for the last 20 years, they've been analyzing the ice cores. It took 5 years to get them out. It's been, 20 years now of analyzing what they're telling us.
Climate change took thousands of years. Was that just guessing?
That was based upon actual empirical observations of ice glaciers receding as a result of modern warming. Because you have to understand, up until about the middle of the 19th century, we were in the middle of what is commonly referred to as the Little Ice Age. And this is another thing that's important to put into context. The Little Ice Age was in 2 phases. The earliest phase came on in about the mid-1300s. Then it warmed for about a century, 15, 1600s. And then the second phase came. During that time, glaciers worldwide began to grow. And most of the evidence today suggests that during the Little Ice Age, glaciers were bigger than they had been in 10,000 years. So around the middle of the 19th century, around 1850, give or take a decade or two, the climate began to warm out of the Little Ice Age, and glaciers began to recede. Right? Now, if we look at glacier recession that's going on right now, it's been going on for the last 10 or 20 years, what we see is it's basically a continuation of the recession that's been going on for 160 or 170 years. Right? So it's important to establish what's our baseline. When we're comparing modern recession and glaciers, bear in mind that our baseline is we're starting from the glaciers being bigger than they had been in 10,000 years, right? So I think that we have to understand that that Little Ice Age, in fact, had some pretty serious consequences for civilization. We can see that there were 2 periods, in the last 2,000 years, there were 2 periods of global cooling. One of them occurred in the 6th century. It actually now can be accurately dated to occurring between 536 and 544 AD, which is a very interesting time. This was basically the onset of the Dark Ages. It's also the time during which all of the Arthurian myths and the Grail Quest stories are placed. Arthur's death, yes, is traditionally placed in the Battle of Canada, which is usually dated about 540 which basically culminated in this quest for the Grail. What was the whole thing? Now, the Grail stories themselves were set down in writing between about 1180 and 1230 AD. It was really an interesting time for the Middle Ages. At the same time, great cathedrals were being built. When the Cathar movement was at its strongest, the Knights of the Temple were at their strongest. When Kabbalism schools were flourishing in Spain, when the troubadours were making their circuits around Europe, spreading news and entertainment, but really probably carrying esoteric information to the issues that they were key to the secret language that they used. So it was a very interesting time. But it was in that 1180 to 1230 that the Grail stories were written down. Now, the Grail stories actually refer back to this period. 30s. And the quest for the Grail, if you recall, was that the land succumbed to blight. It had become a wasteland. England had become a wasteland. And the idea of the Grail was the Grail not only restored the wasteland, it restored the king. Because remember, the king, whether it was King Arthur, Ron, Monfortas, Fisher King, there were different names and different stories. It was the same deal. He was sick, he was in decline, he was wounded, the wound wouldn't heal, he was debilitated, and the only way to restore him was to find the Grail, bring the Grail back, allow him to drink from the Grail, but the Grail was also the means of restoring waste to fertility and fecundity. Now, here's where it gets interesting, is that the dendrochronologists who study tree roots have been looking at that period, exactly in that period, that the tradition places the Grail quest, and he discovered that for about 8 or 10 years, forest growth in the northern hemisphere almost came to a screeching halt. This has now been well documented. Mike Bailey is now posting this week, basically showing that there was a serious global movement and the historical seems to confirm, because there's multiple descriptions from Irish monks and so on, describing how for weeks at a time the sun's not visible. That that its darkness has come over the land, that there were reports of these mysterious fogs, and there were multiple collapses of agriculture. Okay, so as a result of these multi-year collapses of agriculture because of the cold and the dark and the damp, people got malnourished, people had famine. As a result of famine, people, their immune systems became in 542 AD. You had the onset of the gestational plague, which wiped out maybe a third of the population of Europe. Whole villages disappeared as a consequence. Now, these events pretty much follow in sequence. You see, the cold brought about the collapse of agriculture. The collapse of agriculture brought about famine. Famine brought about weakness. And as a result, you have nearly 3 centuries to recover. Now, what brought about the recovery was the return of water, what is called the medieval war. This began really to occur in about 900 AD. This was the sea ice began to contract back well inside the Arctic Circle, which opened up the sea lanes between Northern Europe and Iceland. So it was this period of time that the Vikings were able to sail to Iceland and then sail to Greenland and actually establish colonies on the west coast of Greenland. Greenland went far, where 1,000 grounds were completely frozen, like frozen, right? So it was clearly a warm period. What happened was it had lots of food to eat. Actually, studies of skeletons show that the stature of humans during this period of time increased by 4 or 5 inches on average from what it did during the inches. And now Europe started becoming wealthy because the basis of all wealth basically was agriculture, was food. Without that, nothing would document a whole variety of stuff. Well, after about a century and a half of this war, concomitant wealth came. European society was wealthy enough to undertake this extraordinary cathedral project, where you had literally hundreds of thousands of highly trained, highly skilled craftspeople working on these things. You had, essentially, when you begin to look at the cathedral building phenomenon, it required basically the mobilization of the whole of European society behind this enterprise, because you had mounds of stone, you transport these stones, you carve the stones, you look at the statuary, the stained glass, which is exceptional. It's refractive properties that really still not been mimicked to this day. The way the stained glass was able to refract light, so that it gives the appearance of not the light coming out of me, the wind hitting structures. All of this combined basically shows up basically historically. So, and what's interesting is the scarcity of evidence showing what preceded this. How did these who organized this? Who raised the money? Who trained the craftsmen? This is there are references to this in history, but really, there's no explicit, detailed discussion where we can go and trace and say, okay, this is how it happened. But it's important to realize that this was a consequence of the expansion of wealth in society that was able to allow this to happen.
And that's the consequence of the
warm. And what we see is that the cathedral building era comes to a sudden termination in the early 1300s. And if you go and you travel around the cathedrals, you find that there's many cases that suggest that it's almost as if in the middle of the work that were laid down their tools and left. So this is why there's so many cathedrals great that weren't finished. Okay. And what you see is that exactly concurring with the cessation of the cathedral within a few decades was the onset of the Ice Age and the return of the cold. In this first phase of the Ice Age, again, brought about agricultural collapses, brought about famine, and it showed up in 1330, 1340. Again, decimated civilization. So you can see, if we look at the historical, the times of global warming, actually the times of advancement in civilization. Now, of course, they're dead because again, at some point, but so far, what we've seen, we're at this point well within the range
because this very controversial subject. It's controversial because everyone's so fixated on global warming.
It's there. It's there for anybody who's willing to do their work. And if somebody goes on my website or whatever and says, "What are your sources?" I'm glad to provide multiple sources. I've been collecting this data for decades, and it's there. And I have to ask the same question: why are we ignoring this evidence? Why are we? Well, I think we're ignoring it because climate change has become a political agenda rather than a scientific question. And so because there are political factors that are lined up behind it, the intergovernmental panel on climate change is now looked at as being the ultimate source for data on climate. And bear in mind, they were created by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and given the mandate to go out there and demonstrate the humans are causing climate change. So go and look for natural causes of natural climate variability, study the human. It's important. I'm not at all saying it's not important for us to study our own effects on climate, but it's going to be dangerous, I think, if we neglect. What we're seeing right here on these graphs, this graph because that's clearly not carbon dioxide. If we're told, and we've been repeatedly told, that carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere held relatively steady, 280 parts per million, right, prior to the Industrial Revolution. Only subsequent to the Industrial Revolution did carbon dioxide start going up. Well, if we assume, just for the sake of argument, that that's correct, well, look at this graph. What we're saying is that if carbon dioxide held steady at 280 parts per million going back hundreds of thousands of years, as Al Gore has actually stated, and as many others have stated, it's not carbon dioxide driving the climate change.
Well, it can't. And if that's the case, and that's hard science.
This is hard science. Here it is, right?
And that's hard science as well. You're looking at something really crazy. Some of that.
Yeah, that's my point. Now, the alternative is, okay, are we saying if carbon dioxide is the dominant driver of climate change, and that's what we're seeing here, then what that basically says is that there's some gigantic unknown reservoirs of CO2 that have outgassed into the atmosphere, which again undermines the so-called consensus view, because so far the consensus view states that CO2 is only increased because of burning fossil fuel.
So this graph is the real inconvenient truth.
This graph, that's well put, yes, this graph is the real inconvenient truth. And when we look at some of this, right there, that is major global warming right there. Because this dashed line represents the modern temperature. Like the 20th century average is this dashed line.
That dashed line, what year are we looking at right there?
Right here, this is between 100 and 150,000.
And that's a giant chunk.
That's a giant.
So what does that represent as far as degrees of temperature?
Oh, well, let's see. That's probably going to be, 15 to 18 degrees Fahrenheit.
Whoa.
Yeah, right there. So that's, again, 15 to 18 times greater than the presumed temperature increase of the last century.
Is there any mainstream, I shouldn't say mainstream, scientific explanation for what that is?
Well, it's called the it's an interglacial period. But even within the interglacial period, you see that there are these massive oscillations,
Massive coolness and warming.
again.
So there's a variability. If you're saying the warming is between, let's say, 18 degrees, which is
Up to that.
so the cooling, you're talking about almost that much in the other direction.
The other direction.
God, and you're talking about this over a period of just a few decades.
Well, as we get back this far, we don't have the same degree of precision as we do when we're here. Perhaps, yes, but we're not sure. But we do know that these changes that we're looking at here that terminated the last ice age were just in a matter of a few years. For sure.
And the instantaneous nature of those is what you focus on when you start talking about asteroid impacts and things along those lines. That is something that we can explain. That's something you can point to.
By default, there doesn't seem to be a lot of things to explain.
And there's absolute evidence that we have been hit multiple times.
We're going to get into that. Yes. And that's a big part of it.
It's amazing when you look at the ancient history. I mean, it's not even ancient as far as when they were human beings living sort of like us.
Oh, yeah.
But how much different the climate was. Like, it was so fucked up.
Well, I'm not sure about the West Coast, but I know on the East Coast, there were swarms of icebergs stranded like off the coast of South Carolina, for example. There's no Great Lakes because the Great Lakes were thousands of feet of ice. New York, Boston, Detroit, Seattle, Portland, Seattle, Twin Cities, Chicago, all of these areas were thousands of feet of ice. Thousands of feet. And we're not talking millions of years ago. We're talking, 12, 13,000 to 25 to 30,000.
That's incredible.
It is. And sea levels, basically in round numbers, 400 feet lower than that, which essentially exposes the entire continent, most of the continental shelves. And I've got some interesting graphics here to show you what continental coastlines would look like.
There was an article that I was reading recently about aborigines, the aboriginal tables of the lowered sea levels.
Yeah.
They're starting to correspond now with actual climate data to understand what the sea levels actually were at that time. These are stories that are supposedly 10,000 years old, past the oral traditions.
These traditions, to me, are just beyond valuable. Just interesting in the anthropological or psychological sense, but had no real hard scientific credibility. Now I think we're beginning to reevaluate. There's an archaeologist Bruce Massey has been doing some very interesting work for the last 20 years, analyzing many of these ancient myths and realizing and putting out there the argument that these myths and these legends and these epic tales encode really hard scientific information that we could extract from and about global changes, astronomical events, and so forth. And I've been a believer in that for a long time. And this is one of the premises of the branch is that the myths and the legends actually have a great deal to teach us beyond just the psychological orientation of any pre-scientific advances. Yeah, you could point. When we look at this graph, basically what we're seeing here is coming out of the ice age. You can kind of see that we're coming out here, and then we have this first massive spike of warming, and then it seesaws back down into this full glacial cold. This is called, this period between these two green arrows is called the Dries, which is named after a polar wildflower. It had disappeared in northern Europe, and it suddenly came back. It only grows in polar climates, driest areas. So the younger dryas, because there was an older dryas too, but it lasted. Now the dates are placed roughly 12,900 years ago, give or take a few years, to 11,600 years ago. So this spike of warming right here is 11,600 years. We look at the next. This basically goes to a different realm of evidence. What this shows is the average rate of sea level rise. Now, oceanographers and marine geologists study a number of different ways they can correlate this information. You can look at actual evidence of submerged shorelines, right? They can look at changes in the flora and fauna that lived in the oceans. They can look at coral reefs. There's a lot of different things that can pull together to see how rapidly sea levels rose during this ice age. And again, a generation or two ago, the assumption was that there was a smooth continuum of rise into tens of thousands of years, right? To get us from minus 400 feet up to now. What this graph shows is that there were two massive spikes of meltwater and you can see the first spike, called meltwater pulse 1A, is the biggest, followed by another one, meltwater pulse 1B. If we go back to this graph here, those two spikes of glacial meltwater and sea level rise coincide with this warming spike. You can see how this warming spike seems to be the most intense, followed by this one, and we see that meltwater pulse 1A. So what this is showing is that the rise in sea level is not as smooth.
So there was something that caused all those glaciers to melt in just a very short amount of time. Geologically speaking,
yes, the geological reason. What's further interesting is when we look at this graph. This is the late Pleistocene calendar. Each square represents a fossil specimen of an extinct mammal. It could be a woolly mammoth, it could be a giant ground sloth, it could be a saber-toothed cat, a giant cave bear. Roughly 120 species of megamanths that lived during the Ice Age went extinct, right, at the end of the Ice Age. Basically, what this graph is showing us is that we probably can't read this here. So, if you go back to here, the left side represents 50,000 years. And here, it's 40,000 years, 30,000, 20,000. And you see that as we're going along here, each one of these squares represents the finding of a fossil extinct mammal in the fossil record. What we see from this graph is that when we get to between 11 and 13,000 years ago, there's a massive spike. Shoots through the roof. This demise of these animals directly coincides with this right here. Directly. Now, what we're dealing with is that for 50 years, the dominant theory is called overkill. And this theory basically states that bands of Paleo-Indian hunters came across the American land bridge, slaughtering every animal that they encountered along the way. And somehow, within less than 1,000 years, swept from Siberia down to Tierra del Fuego and killed off every mammoth in the world. And presumably every other of the extinct mammals. And that's been the dominant theory that humans caused this mass extinction. And personally, I think that's just absurd. Because for one thing, based upon anthropological studies, there were possibly more woolly mammoths in the world than there were people. You have to assume that the history was so instantaneous and so all-encompassing that there was no time even for the mammoths to reproduce. Of course, the overkill hypothesis basically addresses itself only to mammoths. Woolly mammoths were one species of 4 different species of mammoths. But what about the other roughly 120 20 species? What about the giant armadillos and the giant beavers and the American Pleistocene lion, which is big as a horse? The list goes on and on and on and on. And these animals all basically disappeared during this spike that you see. And that spike falls exactly between these two warming spikes and two severe.
So all the data, all points at the same time.
And so what I'm saying, and this is basically consistent with the race of this book, is that this what we're seeing here, this episode basically represents it's come down to obscure 150,000 more years of deep history. It basically has lost that history to modern research. But now, once we understand, you know what? The uniformitarians were wrong to reject all ideas of catastrophes. In the early days of geology, the founding fathers of geology were catastrophists. They went out in the field unencumbered by dogmas and doctrines and so forth. They looked at the evidence in the field and concluded that there had been catastrophic episodes. This is Baron von Cuvier, Sedgwick, Murchison. If you go back to all of these guys who were basically considered the godfathers of modern geology, they were two amazing catastrophes. James Hutton, Lyell, and Playfair came along and basically proposed the idea that the present is the key to the past. Very powerful working idea is that if you look at stuff that's going on today, extrapolate backwards and try to figure out things that happened in the past. We don't have an eyewitness account, right? Very powerful. But what happened was it became so entrenched as dogma that anybody who invoked catastrophes was considered basically fringe. Because in the early days, some of these guys, like Sedgwick, he was a theologian, he was a traveling minister who went around in his travels to convert the people to Christianity. He would see this stuff, and he would, place it within the context, perhaps, of the Noah's flood, right? And they would place it in some of them, not all of them. Some of them would place it in a biblical context. Right? So when they were attacked, basically the substance of the attack was, well, you guys are trying to bring us back to the days of biblical literalism and science is moving on. We're not here. We don't want to talk about catastrophes or floods, deluges. We're through talking about that. That's all been discredited. What you see is between the early 1800s and the beginning of geology and science to about the 19th century, what you see is a steady decline. Some of the older guys die off and replaced by the new guys who now basically taking control of the university curriculums and indoctrinated into this idea of strict gradualism. And that any deviation from that strict gradualism is heresy, basically. So by the time you get to the 20th century, you had this reigning uniformity, reigning gradualist dogma that had been imposed upon all of the science. And anybody who deviated from that was immediately kicked out of the club. And this is why when J. Harlan Brents came along in the 1920s and proposed there had been gigantic floods in the Pacific Northwest, the geological community basically said, get out of here, we don't want to hear about it. We know that couldn't have been just because we know. J. Harlan Brents continued to document, exhaustively document from the field that these floods were very real. His critics said, well, you can't provide the source for these floods, therefore they didn't happen. Now bear in mind, all of his critics, his most vocal critics, had never even gone out to actual flood, right? And Graham is going to give a great section of this upcoming book describing the ordeal that Brents was put through. He finally prevailed. Most of his critics died off. He outlived to be, I think, 98. So I think when he was 96, he was given the Penrose, which is the highest honor in geology. So he was very grateful that people think so many other guys, in fact, all his critics died off, so he closed over. So what happened was you had the younger geologists coming who were more open to that. And what you see is between the 1950s and 1960s, you have a transition. We're beginning to accept that these great floods have happened. But what they did was they took a modern example, which is glacial outbursts, which dozens and dozens, probably hundreds of some cases in Iceland, Alaska, British Columbia, the Himalayas, where you have, going back to the Middle Ice Age, when the glaciers began to recede in the mid-19th century. You had a lot of what are called pro-glacial lakes, bodies of water held in by the melting ice. And then eventually the ice moved away, water rushed out and flooded the Iceland. It was called ROTHSCHILD. Okay, so we have a modern example. So what they did was in the 60s and 70s was they said, okay, yes, we got now evidence that there was a huge body of water, a huge lake in western Montana. It was held in by an ice dam. That ice dam gave way. All of this water gushed out over Idaho and southeastern Washington, down the Columbia Gorge to the Pacific Ocean. It caused all of this amazing erosion, sedimentation. Harlan Grant's was documented. Never mind that we have to extrapolate up 3 orders of magnitude from modern examples, right? Never mind that the modern examples are utterly minuscule compared to what Grant was looking at. That has become the dogma to explain these floods. And it's still the entrenched dogma as we speak now. I am trying to demolish that. I want to show that these floods were something much grander than they ever imagined, and that the source of them was not actually a big glacial lake, but was what Brent's originally theorized, was that there was something that caused a rapid melting of the ice. But then as Grady said, well, there's nothing that can melt the ice as fast as you're requiring for your floods. So again, your floods didn't happen. But his floods did happen. And they were on an enormous, inconceivably vast scale. And this is what I was taking Graham to see firsthand. Because I felt like for him to really have this information, this insight into the catastrophes that basically would have terminated his other civilizations and colonies, that he should see this stuff in the field for himself. Because, as they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Going out in the field and experiencing this directly is worth 1,000 pictures. And so he's going to incorporate that into it. And I would like to say about that, based upon what I know and what he's shown me, I'll tell you about any equivocation. I know about the single source of information, credible information.
Wow. It's a big statement. This whole thing is so mind-blowing. And as what I've always first heard, this chart especially is really freaking me out. Looking at the mortality of all the animals, the mass extinction that must have taken place. One of the things that always bothered me about that idea that human beings came up with mammoths is that they found these vast fields of uneaten mammoths where there's thousands of them that die almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
Which is just, that doesn't make any sense. Like, when they did it, put on a mass killing orgy of slaughter and then just decided not to eat it.
Well, the field evidence itself is inconsistent with that. Right here, this is an example. This is one of the many mammoth cemeteries. And what happens is that you can see here, that you can see from the shoreline, see that there was a flood. The river rose up to this level, and then when it rose down, it left this in its wake. And what you see here, like this is bone count here at the ViralRabbi Mammoth Cemetery in Northern Michigan. So here, identical deposits are found throughout the container beds. And what we see here is these massive bone deposits that have been showing up for the last couple of hundred years. Every time that there's a thawing or a flood, where these things are washed up on the shore of the Arctic Ocean, what we see is that there are huge herds of woolly mammoths grazing, where now the plant material is only 2 inches high. So clearly, it was a completely different plant there. What's interesting is that you had in Siberia able to support herds of woolly mammoths. North America is buried up to 2 miles or more.
How is that possible? Just a totally different
I am
atmosphere.
still puzzled. I have some ideas, but until I can test these.
Was it Siberia at that time?
No, they can figure out basically based upon fossil plant roots. And you can see that in some cases the tree line is hundreds of miles further than it is now. And that's clearly, if you've got trees, forests growing now, they're 13 or 14 or 15,000 years ago was permafrost. You know it was clear.
So there's still, whoa, what is that? 19th century city showing ivory floored London docks covered by thousands of mammoth tusks from Siberia. This is a drawing, obviously.
Yeah.
It predates photographs.
Yeah. For hundreds of years, thousands of mammoths, entombed mammoths. To me, you look at this is just in your face evidence that this was not humans. It was not humans that were slaughtering these mammoths and burying their remains.
It's the instantaneous nature would almost be the people that figured out some new thing. Like they figured out some like a doom gun, and just shot
the doom gun. Well, look at the near extinction of American police. What brought that about? Trains and high-powered rifles. Right? It was a major technological advancement that was able to bring about the near extermination of American.
There's actually a guy that I'm going to bring on the podcast soon to discuss that. His name is Dan Flores. Just spent a big chunk of his intellectual career studying this. And what he believes is that the bison had a massive population jump that was directly correlating to smallpox epidemic of Native American people. And that when the United States, when we look at the United States history, the big stacks of woolly mammoth skulls, the big stacks of bison skulls we always look to, like that was a very unusual population of bison that existed because the Plains Indians had experienced this massive extinction. And then when they had incorporated the horse, like the horse and the apparently the American Indians, Native Americans, were on their way to extirpating the bison even before we came along. Then they died off in this massive death scenario with the smallpox and all the different diseases that the Europeans had brought over here. And then the mammoth population, the bison population, had grown like almost unnaturally, much larger than it had ever been in the past. That's when the United States was established, and that's when all the Western European immigrants would come along and start killing off all these bisons. It's really a very interesting subject.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's plausible. I haven't looked into that. I assumed, maybe you're wrong, but I assumed that the bison population had been relatively stable. I am not convinced, though, that there was this massive population. Maybe, well, because I haven't looked into it yet. But one of the things I've seen is that the assumption there is predicated upon the Europeans arrived and brought the diseases that Native Americans had no defenses for. But the thing is that there's so much evidence now showing that there were lots of explorers and immigrants to the New World prior to the arrival of the Europeans. The Chinese, the Phoenicians, and I'm not necessarily saying that's credible. None of it's been proven, but there's some interesting data out there that suggests, and there are a number of books written that, again, I haven't accessed it, so I'm not going to pretend that I can afford it. But if some of that turns out to be credible, it would suggest that there's a lot more interaction between the Native American population and other groups around the world, which, if true, to me, kind of somewhat undermines this idea that they were, completely susceptible to the introduction of these foreign diseases. But again, I've got an open mind. I'll wait and see. I'd like to see what he says. I'd like to hear his ideas.
For anyone interested, he has a paper in the Journal of American History. It's called Bison Ecology and Bison Diplomacy. the Southern Plains from 1800 to 1850. I just looked for it online. There's a preview that's available, but to download the entire paper or book, I'm not sure which one it is, it's $19. The Journal of American History from September of '91. And like I said, he's working on a new book right now, and I'm trying to get him to come in, but it's just very difficult.
You said September 1991.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember.
Dan Flores is his name, and well, just the information that I got about it is pretty minor. But
sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know more. Thank you for mentioning.
Yeah, please. Now let's go back to that photo that you have on your desktop that you can explain to me. You decided not to talk about it for the podcast because it's so incredible. That you said all this incredible change that we're looking at, geological structure, all that took place within just a week.
This is about 500 miles. And what you see here, this is the southeastern portion. And what you're looking at here is part of what's called the Columbian Basalt Plateau. This is part of the terrain across the what you see here is that you have an area of, here you can see the actual squares. You can see this red area down here, this area that's actually being farmed. And it's because this is an infiltrated farming. So what happens is that the areas that are being cultivated will show up more. This whole plateau is covered with stuff called elbow. And it's a type of very fertile soil. It has a rather mysterious and controversial origin. But in some places, this loess layer is a result of these massive outflows of basaltic lava that came out, that extruded between about 6 million and 16 million years ago. Yellowstone is. So you can make that connection. Yellowstone, but what you have in salt is showing through because the loess was washed away. So what this is your typical, the geological term is anastomosis. And basically that means a branching flow path in the water. And you can see that very clearly here. The water came off of this river, which is the Columbia River up here, that flowed over the landscape and washed away the basalt, left these gigantic channels in its way. And there's more over here to the east, and there's more over here to the west. And if we look at actually this one, now, what we're looking at here is it's been called the Missoula Flow, right? Named after the town of Missoula, Montana. Missoula is in a basin that was part of this hypothesized giant lake that presumably caused this flow, right? And again, there was an ice dam. This ice dam broke as soon as this thing comes up. I'm going to show you. This will kind of give you a picture of the Earth as it was during
So wow, that's pretty deep. The sheets of ice go pretty far down. That's amazing. Canada didn't exist. Wow.
yeah. Well, and you know, the ice, part of it is, a lot of the Midwest down here, a lot of the farming belt of America is basically, growing out of the fertile soil. The ice scraped off of Canada and dumped, down in Minnesota and Iowa and Wisconsin. So, someday they may want that back.
It's fascinating when you look at that there was this big ice cap, the areas around it, no ice. Why was that?
Well, that's one of the mysteries. Again, like over here in Siberia, you can see over here, this is where all the woolly mammoths were, giant herds of woolly mammoths. And it appears like it may have been one.
Yeah.
Which is very.
There's some ice up there? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, there's some ice up there. Sporadic glaciers, but nothing like what we see in northwestern Europe. Over here, this was called the Fennoscandian ice sheet. And the ice sheet over North America actually consisted of two ice sheets. The Laurentide, which was centered over Hudson Bay, the Cordilleran, which was centered over the Canadian Rockies. And in this particular slide, you can see here, this was the Cordilleran over here, the Canadian Rockies. This was the Laurentide was much bigger. And then there was the area between the two, right? Which has been theorized as at one point having been a corridor, called the ice-free corridor, and migrants from Paleo-Indian migrants from Siberia would have come across Alaska and down through this corridor to the lower sides, and ultimately down here to South America. And it was that these groups of bands of Paleo-Indian hunters that, according to the overkill and blitzkrieg hypothesis, wiped out the mega mammoths because they were the biggest alive. So here, this kind of will show the coastlines of the world during.
This is modern coast.
Modern coast. Now I'm going to jump to. This is actually only 300 feet. Quite a bit different. Let's just look at the United States.
That's amazing. There's a lot more United States.
Yeah, now check this out. Okay. Here's North America as it is now. You see up here, this is what's called, this is Bering Strait right here between Alaska and Siberia, right? During the Ice Age, this whole area was exposed because of the lower sea level. We'll go one slide further.
Wow, so
It's all land. It's connecting North America to Siberia. That's all drowned.
wow, I didn't understand that. See, I always thought the Bering Strait was an ice mass. I thought it was during the Ice Age that there was some sort of it was ice. It's not. It's land.
It's land. And it's not glaciated. And it was home to these extraordinary herds of megamorphs that ranged over these thousands and thousands of square miles. I mean, the drowned area is bigger than modern Alaska.
So how long ago was this?
This is, right at the end, up to the end of the Ice Age. Between like 14,000, 15,000 years.
So 14,000, 15,000 years ago, no glaciers. Just walking back and forth. Essentially, it was a continent. I mean, it was connected. It was all one continent. It was all. Wow, that's amazing.
And now the coastlines that we're looking for, see, it's double.
Yeah, it's enormous. And it's so close to Mexico, too. It's almost like, yeah.
Now, here is Indonesia. And, stories, which I don't know how credible they are, but there are stories of Lemuria, Pacific, and all that. Again, I don't have the stories. We'll talk about that last episode. But here's the model. You can see the light blue is the coastal shelf. Right? Now, let's go back to drop sea level 300 feet and see here the enormous change. So again, enormous areas of land were drowned by the rise in sea levels. Remember this, though, when we look at the rise of modern cities and modern civilizations, where did they first show up?
On the coasts.
On the coasts, right, at the mouths of rivers, on coastlines. And during the Ice Age, where would have been the most obvious prior to real estate? Down close to sea level. So if there were cities, communities during the Ice Age, they're now formed.
It's so amazing that all of these stories of floods, Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's Ark, that all of these stories seem to really correlate with all this data, and they all seem to coincide.
That's exactly
It's so weird. Like, most people would think about the story of Noah's Ark, oh, it's just bullshit. But most likely, they're basing it on something that happened very rapidly in their area.
Yeah. Now, of course, we're most familiar with the story of Noah's Ark, Christian tradition, but there are hundreds, literally hundreds of stories from all over the world that parallel the story. You can't Sicily, Pishti, Bani. The list goes on and on of these culture heroes. Somehow have foreknowledge of this impending disaster and were able to take steps to preserve themselves and family, some diverse cross section of the species. And they all have this similarity. They all parallel. Now, my way of looking at it is this. Okay, we now know from the hard geological record that massive floods have taken place on the surface. Massive floods. Beyond anything that we had even imagined, right, up until a decade or a few decades. They're real. Okay, on the other hand, we have stories, myths, and legends. Repeatedly, it's probably the most ubiquitous of all the stories that we inherited from the past is the story of this gigantic world destroying flood. Right? Now, on the one hand, we have the hard geological record that shows there were giant floods. Then you have these epic tales and myths all over the world about giant floods. Do we now dismiss those floods, those stories out of hand and say, oh, that's just superstitious, pre-literate, pseudoscientific nonsense? I think we'd be making a big mistake. Now, if we accept that those flood stories, and maybe they have been altered in time and through the telling, represent something real about the other elements of the story. The fact that in so many cases, there was somebody that had formed. Do we dismiss that out of hand? Or where does that come from? That there was one group of people, a small group of people, that saw this thing coming and prepared for it, and others paid no attention.
Maybe they were just preppers. Maybe there's preppers of 10,000 years ago.
Preppers of 10,000 years ago.
Let's take a shoot that.
One last slide, quick here. Here's Europe. Look at the British Isles. Right now we'll drop sea level. No British Isles.
That's incredible.
See, this is what I was saying earlier when we started talking. The world 15,000 years ago was so dramatically different than our modern world that, it's almost difficult to conceive until we start looking at things like this.
And this was all during the Ice Age. Yes. And so the melting of the glaciers just changed everything. And this is while human beings were absolutely alive.
Absolutely. No question. So we'll start looking at some of these pictures here. This is from western Montana. This is Genesis 7:19. The waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills were covered. I want you to take a look at these things if you know what you're looking at. You have these. You know what those are? Those horizontal lines. They're shoreline. Exactly, they're shoreline.
That's absolutely what they are.
That's absolutely what they are. They're shoreline. Reaching right up to the very tops of the hills, you see. And basically what you had was this enormous gush of water filling these mountain valleys, almost to the mountain peaks, and draining away. And as it drained away, it left a succession of shore hills etched into the hillside. And all along the pathway of the flood, you see stuff like this. This was the first slide. This is the falls. This is that basaltic story. There's layers of this basalt.
That's you guys on your head.
I I think at this point, I think I took this picture. But yeah, I have pictures of me and Graham under.
You should. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
So big.
Right. Now, here's what you got a picture. Picture you've got this nice gentle valley, nice river, very passable sea, trees and stuff. Probably mammoths and birds and these animals grazing along the side of this peaceful river, gentle valley slopes. There's this massive flood. We're talking about perhaps a flood wave 800,000 feet high. Coming through. As it comes through, it's ripping up everything in its path. And what it does is it now changes the profile of this valley from this gentle profile to down country, 800,000, 1,200 feet into the bedrock, right? So now, prior to the passage of those giant floods, you had streams and icy rivers flowing into the main river, which in this case was the flood. What happens is after the passage of this flood, it sheared off the sides of the channel. So now, rather than a gentle slope, you've got sheer cliffs 400, 500, 600 feet high. These pre-flood streams and rivers come up down now. And that's what we're looking at right here in this picture. And you notice how you've got this undercutting. That undercutting only occurs when you have enormous intense turbulence in the water doing this. The water doing this, undercutting. See, this modern waterfall had nothing to do with the creation of this cliff. This cliff was cut, again, probably in a matter of days. And there's dozens of these waterfalls that are left. These are called hanging valleys. They can be produced by glaciers, but they can also be produced by enormous intense flood. This is typical. This is a bar, a gravel bar, but in this case it's a boulder bar. If you've ever done any walking along the river, the creek, or on the beach, you've seen ripples in the sand, and they're typically, if you've got water that's a foot or 2 feet deep, you'll have ripples in the beach. What we're looking at here is a flood bar that's 3 miles long. It's up to 250 feet above the bottom, and the ripples that you can see are up to 50 feet high and 350 feet. This was produced again by gigantic flood. But right over here is a 3-story building. So it's features like this that are just unequivocal in terms of realizing that this is not pseudoscience. This really happened.
And this is date back to a very specific time.
Yes, to this 13,000 years.
So it's everywhere. You're seeing this. You see geologic. You see the ice cores. You see fossils. You see
Yes. Wow. This is evidence of the big.
Has anybody ever tried to debate you on this stuff?
I would certainly welcome debate. I don't claim to have the final word on this, but here's the thing. I've interacted with a lot of geologists that are studying this, professional geologists that are studying this. What I can tell you is that in most cases, the geologists that are studying this, it's basically something they're doing in their spare time. Most of them are engaged, either in the energy industry, working for the government for other purposes. What you actually will see here, when you look at the trend and the evidence, is that I think the geological community is much closer to a scenario like I'm describing. And right now, there's actually a controversy because some of the older guard is wanting to defend this idea of this giant lake. There are a group of Canadian geologists who are challenging leadership of John Shore. It goes back to the 1980s and a reinterpretation of a very ubiquitous glacier feature called TRUMAN. And it was, I can show you some pictures of here. They're very interesting. They look like inverted volcanoes. and it was assumed they're always associated with the locations of the glaciers and the ice sheets. So it was therefore assumed that they were somehow created by the glaciers themselves. But glaciers tend to grind things that they're moving over and level things off and scratch them and leave striations and all of this abrasion. These trumans are smooth, streamlined features. What Shaw first proposed back in the late 80s is that they had actually been caused by water flowing, massive amounts of water flowing under the glaciers. And there's a very similar. The critics said, well, where did this water come from? He said, well, I don't know. It must have been enormous subglacial lakes, subglacial reservoirs. The critics said, well, there's no way that a reservoir as huge as your floods would require could have existed under the ice. Therefore, your subglacial floods didn't exist. And that was, to me, the fatal weakness in this theory was to explain where the water came from. But I think now we can explain.
And you believe it's an asteroid?
By default, we look at all the cross-section of possible explanations within the realm of nature. We can go through and we can eliminate this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and what we're left with is one that of itself would be fully capable of doing it.
Fully capable and makes sense. It can happen instantaneously.
It would make sense as to what happens.
And the other sort of things. So, is there an impact crater that corresponds to this timeline?
What's not?
Trying to find it.
Yeah, I think I've been. It's going to take some field research next summer. Some more field.
Is there an idea where it hit?
Yeah, I have several.
You don't want to talk about it?
Well, at this point, when it's time to reveal it,
Okay.
let's do it here.
Oh, I'd love to. Well, you've shown several impact craters. You showed a bunch last time you were here. The one in Australia. That was, I believe you said 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And of course,
Hypothetically, it hasn't been proven yet because again, some of these more recent craters of the last 10,000 years, some of these that have been hypothesized are actually a lot of the ocean. The Berkeley crater, bottom of the Indian Ocean. It's under 2 miles of sea. So until we can actually get back there and do more in-depth sampling and examination, it would be impossible to prove. But I think that the evidence is strongly supportive of that possibility. Maybe 5,000 years ago, there was a significant impact into the Indian Ocean that could have caused enormous tsunami waves. Now, I actually posted one of the somebody called into question some of the things that he said last interview about tsunamis, and that the things I was saying weren't really tsunamis. So I actually wrote an elaborate response to it, which was posted on the website. Gone into great detail, showing that the evidence really, in the end, I think, does support the idea that there have been enormous tsunamis, possibly hundreds of them, sweeping over the coastlines of the ocean, probably around 5,000 years ago. That could have
And your timeline, where this mass extinction event occurred, where the massive warming occurred, all of that also coincides with the discovery of this nuclear glass all over Asia and Europe, which is somewhere in the core samples of around the same area, right? Around 12,000 plus years ago.
Yes. We can see here, this is some of the research. You can see this is very typical. Mysterious onset of the younger blocks. Now, this has been kind of the consensus view is that, okay, we don't have an explanation. The younger dryas, that's that interval between those two spots, right? We have the warming, and the snap back to glacial cold, and then the younger dryas. The 1,300-year-long younger dryas cold reversal. And you notice the dates, 12,900, 11,600. And that's calendar years before the present. So what they've done is they've calibrated this from radiocarbon dating, which is not necessarily the same as the actual calendar. So those dates are very interesting. 11,600 years ago, you may recall from our last interview, is the date given by Plato for the subsidence of Atlantis, 11,000. I mean, he says that Atlantis subsided. Anybody can read this if they want to pick up Timaeus and Critiques, the two dialogues that he describes Atlantis in. And he gives that date, 9,000 years for this exile of Solon in Egypt, which took place in 600 BC. So, 600 BC, roughly is 2,600 years ago, and adds to the 9,000 years ago. So now what has happened is 2,500 years ago, Plato gave a date, which would seem to suggest that something events happened in the Atlantic Ocean. You had an island complex that sank, perhaps from rapid sea level. Now, 2,500 years later, here's modern science coming up with the exact date showing the massive meltwater pulse into the ocean at that date. Now, at this point, nobody within mainstream science is going, oh, well, see, he doesn't mention here. Oh, that's the date given by Plato. They don't say it, but it is the case.
That's so amazing. Now, Plato, he was told that, right? It was all through stories.
It was handed down. Solon handed it down. Let's see if I can remember this. Through Critias to Critias the Elder, Critias the Elder to Critias the Younger, then Critias the Younger, I guess, to Socrates. Actually, at the forum where Plato would have heard it, would have been the Socratic forum. So I think there's like 3 generations between Solon and
the wise men of the time, the people that were in charge of disseminating knowledge back then, it was such a critical job.
Critical job, yes.
No internet, no books.
And the whole thing was that the whole emphasis was on the oral transmission had to take place without not one iota of change. It had to be transmitted from mouth to ear, unbroken, without change, without alteration.
Which has always been the issue with human beings, hence that telephone game.
Yes.
You tell someone something,
right,
they tell you something.
But if you start out, it's going to be the same with the Americans. The Native American storytellers have to go through a very long, arduous term of initiation to show that they tell the story. It's going to be exactly. That's one of the basis of modern stories too.
You should get that in today's modern gossip.
Yeah. But let's just run through a quick succession here of some of the most recent research. Shock synthesized hexagonal diamonds in younger Dryas boundary settings. Now, these shock synthesized hexagonal diamonds only occur. There's no natural process that will produce them except for the intense heat and pressures of the cosmic.
And what year was this study?
Oh, this has been very recent. This is probably within the last 10 years.
Recently, about micro diamonds.
By summer.
Yeah, and that also was the same timeline. So it's just like the evidence keeps accumulating in this time period that something hits.
Yes.
The micro diamonds, the nuclear glass, spikes in warming that's observable on the ice cores.
All sorts of
the mass extinction events of all these animals.
Yes.
This is an event.
This is an event.
Well, this is crazy that you're the guy talking about this event. I mean, this is really nuts. And not anything taken away from you, but there's so few people beating this drum that there's so much information. We're talking about hard data. Well, you've shown on this show 3-4 different examples of hard data that points to this event.
Well, see, here's the thing. Modern science does tend to get over specialized. So what happens is the guy looking at extinctions might not be looking at glacial melting. The guy who's looking at glacial melting the geologist is not looking at what's going on in the sky. They're not looking at traditions from thousands of years ago. What it does is because of the power of this specialization, the specialization is extremely powerful. But its shortcoming is that it's easy to miss the big picture. What that does is opens the door for generalists, guys who are just, people who are just, say guys, men or women, anybody who's curious about this stuff, to look into it and try to, I read 2 or 3 scientific articles every single day and have done so for 40 years plus. I take 2 or 3 every single day. So you figure 1,000 a year. You go back 40 years, that's the exact number. That's something in the order of 40,000 scientific articles from anthropology, geology. I studied geology and astronomy in college, so I have some academic record. But basically what I have done is tried to piece together the big picture because early on I saw nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing it. And some of the guys that are out there doing it are not doing it with academic rigor. They're bringing in all kinds of weird stuff, which makes it easy for the critics to attack them and dismiss them as more fringe science.
They're throwing some mood.
They're throwing some mood. Yeah. In fact, the rational wiki entry says something about Randall Carlson and his mood. That's all it says. So electrojet. So
Well, people love to be able to dismiss anything that's not mainstream.
That's why you hear somebody says, "Well, what does a real scientist say about this? What does a real scientist say about this flood?" And I go, which real scientist? Vic Maker, Richard Wade, Roy Breckenridge. I've read and talked to almost every scientist that's done work on this flood. So I know what they're saying and what they're thinking. What they've written. So when you say, well, what do the real scientists say? Well, okay, let's get a little more specific. What are you talking about? Because there are different points of view. Are you talking about John Shaw's idea? Are you talking about, Victor Baker's ideas or any of the others? Well, and that's the thing. They say that because they don't really know. They've got this idea in their mind that there's this authority that's got it all explained, which makes it easy. Right? Because if somebody's got it explained, then we don't need to concern ourselves with the thing. Right? So what I say is, okay, forget about who says what. Let's just look at the facts. Let the facts dictate to us what the meaning of all of this is. Let's look at all points of view. Because that's what I try to do. I've got in my archives here, I've got not only the research that supports the idea of a cosmic, but the criticisms of it as well. And I go, okay, how can we explain those criticisms? And in the give and take of science, that's part of the process. That's how it evolves. Because somebody puts out a new idea, you're supposed to attack it, and then if it can stay a credible idea, it's like a last man standing sort of thing. And I think that the cosmic impact really is going to be the last man standing.
Well, it seems like there's so much evidence that you're bringing up that's so hard. How do you say that word? Chondrite-like mineral from the black mat. I mean, all the various things, the microdiamonds, the nuclear glass, the mass extinction events, the evidence of the flooding, warming, the flooding, sea level rise, all of it, all in this one area.
And this is basically saying chondrite. Chondrites are a type of mineral. So this is a chondrite-like material. In other words, material that would have had its origin in space from the black mat. Now, this black mat is really interesting. I'm going to show you a couple of slides because this black mat layer is black. The reason it's black is because it's so low to the soot. What is soot result? Fire, right? So let's go through here. Yeah, this discovery of a nano diamond rich layer in the Greenland ice sheet. So nobody had looked. But when these guys, Richard Firestone, James West, and James Kenneth, these other scientists that are working on this Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, said to their colleagues, check out the Younger Dryas boundary layer 12,900 years ago, see if there's anything that shows up. They did, and what do you suppose they found? A nano diamond rich. So there it is showing up in the ice sheets. Here's new evidence from a black mat site in the northern Andes supporting a cosmic impact 12,800 years ago. Very high temperature impact melt products is evidence for cosmic airburst impacts 12,900. So they're getting closer and closer to refining the date, but it's coming in 12,800 to 12,900 years ago. Wildfire and abrupt ecosystem disruption on California's Northern Channel Islands at the Alarad Younger Dryas boundary, basically 12,900. 12.9 K years, 12,900 years there's caves, it's thousands.
It's all the same. Everything keeps coming back the same date.
Yeah. Nanodiamond rich layer across 3 continents, consistent with major cosmic impact of 12,800 calendar years before present. Evidence from central Mexico supporting the Younger Dryas extraterrestrial impact hypothesis. Evidence from northwestern Venezuelan Andes for extraterrestrial impact. Evidence for deposition of 10 million tons of impact spherules across 4 continents 12,800 years ago. See, it's coming in, and it's coming in abundance. And what's gratifying to me is I theorized this 25 years ago. Wow. And to see now the hard evidence coming in, supporting a scenario I had pieced together from all of these different realms of knowledge, is very gratifying.
What was the seed in your mind that led you to be obsessed, for lack of a better word? Just, not only think lack of a better word, I think it's pretty accurate, right? It's just subject.
Okay, I guess it's time to come clean.
On mushrooms, I was on top of a mountain.
Well, no, you're actually pretty close.
Yeah.
You are. Okay, 1969.
Oh, that's a good year for
Yeah.
mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't mushrooms, but it was something in their family.
Okay.
Okay. Going to a rock concert, right? In a beautiful summer, early summer, well, 1969, right? Okay, so it's on a field next to a little airport, in, just out southwest of the Twin Cities, Minnesota. Okay, the Minnesota River flows, right? Minnesota River flows into the Mississippi. I think I'll have some slides coming in right here. Sure. Okay, so what we have here is that in the middle of this thing, between bands or whatever, I want a bus overlooking the valley of the Minnesota River. Now, the Minnesota River currently flows in a little channel at the bottom of this valley. And I'm standing up on this hill, and I'm looking down at this Minnesota River, hundreds of feet below in this channel. And 3 miles, 4 miles across, I see another set of bluffs matching the ones that I'm standing. When I had this, all I can say is it's kind of a revelation that I'm looking down here, this little river flowing in the channel, and then I'm seeing just a gigantic version of that same channel, but it's 3 and 4 miles wide. And I just looked at that, and it was almost as if, for a short period of time, I got transplanted out of time.
You could see this
I had this sense that this whole thing was a gigantic river. I came away from that with this idea planted in the back of my brain, and it bugged me for years after, right? And it was maybe 5, 6 years, this is about into the 70s. There was not a whole lot of catastrophes available in the 70s. There was, Emmanuel Velikovsky, one of the forerunners, but, he came up with some really wild ideas that made it very easy for mainstream science to dismiss. But he came up with some really solid ideas, too. His book, Earth and Upheaval, basically was just a documentation of all of this geological evidence for great catastrophes in the history of the Earth. I think he misinterpreted the cause of those catastrophes, but nonetheless, when you look at the criticism he put on Velikovsky, well, he was a best-selling author, one of the big best-selling authors in the 1950s. Maybe in a sense a forerunner of in fact, Graham Hancock has been compared to Velikovsky. Although Velikovsky's work, I don't think was anywhere near as credible as Graham's. Graham is very, very assiduous in his referencing these details. Velikovsky went way off into this weird astrophysics to explain his theories of geological catastrophe, which again allowed the critics to basically dismiss everything done. But his book, Earth and Upheaval, I think is upheld against the time. Basically, in the 1950s, he was accumulating all of this evidence suggesting that there had been catastrophes in history. And like I said, a bestseller, but the mainstream scientific community was very dismissive. Okay, then after that, you had a book called by Charles Hampton, called Path of the Pope, around 76. He theorized that there had been a sudden push that had brought about quick freezing of mammoths in the United States and so forth. So I was familiar with that stuff, and I would read that stuff just out of curiosity, because that was some of the stuff that was out there. And some days, hey, did you read Holocaust? And so as I was reading this stuff, I would keep thinking back to this image I had. And then in the early 80s, I was talking to someone. I actually gave one of my very early lectures on this stuff. There was somebody in geology. No. That valley that you're talking about was created over millions of years. I said, I don't think so. And we kind of got into it a little bit. What that did was kind of pissed me off. And I said, okay, I'm going to research this thoroughly. And I thoroughly researched it. I went and I found every single thing that had been written. I discovered that there's actually mainstream geologists that have said, yeah, that river channel, the giant river channel, was actually created by a huge meltwater flow. And they estimated that its volume, they called it river warming. They estimated that its volume might have been 4,000 times greater than the body weight of soda was flowing. So I felt very vindicated from it. This is like, so that was like one of the key things. There was other things, I spent the summer of 1970 mostly sitting on a mountaintop in Colorado in a hut, studying stuff, traveling. This was back in the days of hitchhiking. We traveled all over. I think at one point it was really muddy and weird. So everything, and other times I was hitchhiking. But I spent the whole summer traveling around the Western states. And the thing, I came away from that summer with, I traveled the first time I traveled down the Columbia Gorge. And as I did, I had this overwhelming sense that there was something in the landscape that was waiting to be. I would look at these features in the Columbia Gorge, and I showed you that huge, that waterfall, the salt dome, that's in the Columbia Gorge. I came away with this sense that there's something that landscape was trying to tell me. And so it goes back to that. I just got very interested in this stuff because I'm interested in science and I love the outdoors. So, and I love a good mystery, and I love, ancient traditions. So all this sort of came together over a period of a couple of decades. So I began really, I would say, obsessively really going into this in the early 80s, where it went from just more or less casual reading into, spending hours in university libraries on digging up these things, going back to the early geologists. See, what were they saying? Why did they believe that the history of the Earth was and it just accelerated.
It doesn't seem like a ridiculous idea at all when we consider what we see. The moon is so fascinating because we can look right at it. There's no oceans, there's no forests. We can see the evidence of impacts all over, just completely covered with our minds living in a very small window of life. Not enough to really represent what we're looking at. When we look at the moon, it's covered with craters. We're looking at potentially billions of years of impacts.
Yes, and the assumption that those impacts ceased hundreds of millions or billions of years ago is clearly not correct.
Well, there's no evidence that it ceased or why it would cease. And when we look at how many known near-Earth objects are floating around,
in the last few years, there's been dozens of close by ones.
There was one the other day that had a fucking moon.
Yes.
So, something that flew by that had its own moon.
Yeah, that's wild. And so think about this, Joe. Here's what's happening. We've got discovering that, if we strip away the biosphere, the oceans, and account for plate tectonics, the Earth is going to look like the moon. Right? There are now hundreds of identified craters. Right? At the same time, astronomers are looking out into the near Earth neighborhood of space and discovering, wait a second, we assumed that we were pretty much isolated, that there was nothing else going on. We're now realizing that our space is densely populated. The inner solar system is densely populated with cosmic debris. And this stuff is whizzing by us all the time. And now, at the same time, we've got paleontologists who are looking at the record of life and realizing that the record of life is not a smooth curve. It's seesaw. Life proliferates and then suddenly, it's like a hammer comes down and we have this mass extinction.
So this is our time right now, but it could have very easily end. There could be some new bug-like creature that takes over and becomes super smart a billion years from now.
To me, it all comes down to this. This to me is like, okay, human species on planet Earth, it's time for you to grow and start paying attention to the bigger picture. Because whether you like it or not, you're a part of the bigger picture. And if we finally accept the fact that maybe our predecessors have undergone, in a sense, cultural mass extinctions, it suddenly implies that we can't take our own unending future for granted. That we have to incorporate this bigger picture into our thinking. And the evidence continues to yes, like here. This was just from 2011. Multiple lines of evidence for possible human population decline, settlement, reorganization during the early human rise. In the 3 years, 4 years since this was published, more evidence has emerged that yes, the events that caused the mass extinction of half the great mega mammals on Earth did not leave the rest of the mammals, the rest of the humans unscathed, including humans. And there's now emerging evidence, hard scientific evidence, that the human population crashed during the human rise.
So this would completely coincide with Graham Hancock's ideas about the Sphinx. The Sphinx,
Absolutely,
showing very clear, according to Robert Schoch, Boston University geologist
John Anthony
West, that there is clear evidence of water erosion in the Sphinx,
Yes.
which would indicate thousands of years of rainfall, where there hasn't been rainfall in the Nile Valley since, I believe it was 9,000 BC.
Yeah.
So that's 11,000 years ago. It's
Yes.
all the same stuff.
It's all the same stuff.
God, this is crazy.
Yeah, we're on the verge of a major paradigm shift. And where it's going to go remains to be seen.
We live in a shooting gallery.
Listen, it's not an exaggeration to say that we are sitting ducks in a cosmic shooting gallery. Exactly. But the point is, here's the point, is that the only thing that's, it's like, what was it, in the book of Matthew, was an interesting quote. I'm not thumping the Bible, but the Bible is full of, just like all the traditions of ages ago, the Bible is full of some very powerful, interesting stuff. There's a part in here where one of the disciples asks Jesus about, when are we going to know about it? And he says, well, as it was in the days of Noah, when the people were eating, drinking, marrying, giving in marriage, so will it be again in the days, the end of days, when the flood comes, when the people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the flood came and swept them away. So will it be again at the end of days.
So what that seems to indicate to me is that we just get comfortable and relax and do well.
Yes.
And when we do well, that's when we
It's not saying that the everyday stuff, the stuff of everyday life, if there's anything wrong. It's not saying that. It's just saying if we get so preoccupied with the minutiae and the trivia of everyday life to the exclusion of the bigger picture, that's when we open ourselves up.
Well, I've had these weird conversations with people about asteroid impacts over the years, because before I even met you, I've been obsessed with this stuff. Not nearly as much as when I met you in Atlanta and we started talking, and I got really into it. But what they would talk about, the asteroids that killed the dinosaur, today we'd be able to stop that. And I'm like, okay, really? Is that true? And then I started looking into it. Well, what has been done? It's nothing. Some fucking theories.
See, here's the thing. Potentially, yes, we could someday. We could do it. And really, within a decade, yes, we could do that. Right now, potentially. But see, what happened on February 15th, 2014, when that meteor came in and exploded over Chelyabinsk, Siberia, injured 1,500 people. Now, damaged thousands of buildings. That was a wake-up call, right? That was a little speck. Now, here's the thing. If it had been a little bigger, a little denser, if its angle of approach had been a little steeper, if its velocity had been a little bit greater, we might have been looking at thousands of deaths rather than just injuries.
And Tunguska, as you said, only 150 foot wide.
Only 150 foot wide. So that's very, very small cosmos.
That's this room.
Yeah, well, it's
From here going to the front door.
yeah,
I mean, that's not that big.
it's not that big. What you got though is velocity. And you think, like, think about, say, a 38 slow. It's not big. If I was to throw it at you, even as hard as I could, I'd stay with it and it wouldn't do damage. But if it came out of a gun, the muzzle velocity of 1,000 feet per second, think about that little thing and what the damage would do. Yeah. See, that's the thing about an asteroid or a meteorite or a comet coming in, it's moving really fast. So that's why, like I said, we have such a powerful project.
Right. And some of them are even made of iron.
Some of them are made of iron. So if there's a moral to all of this, it's simply this. Look, we are the one species that could prevent the type of mass extinctions that have dominated the biosphere of this planet for a couple of hundred years.
Or we can keep putting our resources to fracking.
Yeah. Well, I still haven't made up my mind about fracking. But, I do believe that what we need to do is be thinking of, if we're going to extract the resources of this planet, let's do so in such a way that what we're doing is implementing the transcendence of human culture into the cosmos itself. Because I ultimately believe that is the destiny of terrestrial life, is that terrestrial life wants to become cosmic. It knows on some level that as long as but it's without getting into all of this, there's growing evidence, that life originally came to this planet from space, right? Was seeded here, probably through comets that carry organic material, all in spirit and sperm. Exactly. So here's the thing. If you're an environmentalist and rightfully critical of some of the things to disrupt the environment, you gotta though place in context the fact that nature itself has done things to the environment that so far exceed anything we have done. What I showed you with that slide showing the ice sheets over Canada. Think about this. Suppose some logging company got a contract from the government, U.S. and Canadian governments, to clear cut every forest from like the 47th parallel up to the Arctic Circle, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. We're going to cut every single tree from the northern United States up to the tree line in northern Canada. We're going to cut billions of trees, billions of board feet. We're going to clear cut every single tree. We would rightfully be up in arms and say, no, you're not going to do that. Right? What do you think that ice did? It wiped out. There's evidence now that 35 or 40,000 years ago, there were forests. Right? A few thousand years later, the ice has bulldozed everything. There's no forests growing under 2 miles of ice. Right? Imagine if we said, well, we're going to just decimate the shallow marine ecologies. We're going to go in there and we're going to just wipe out the coral reefs. We're going to overfish until there's nothing left of the shallow marine ecologies less than 400 feet below sea level. What do you think a drop in 400 feet below sea level did to the shallow marine ecologies, to the coral reefs? You see, that's what I'm just saying. It's not to justify that we can ransack nature willy-nilly, but it's to say we have to have a realistic context. The incremental movement was born during an era of total gradualistic dominance in the 50s and 60s. So we go back then, again, only the fringe scientists, people like Velikovsky and others, were talking about domestic forces. The assumption was that all global change occurred 1 grain of sand, 1 drop of water, 2, right? Well, we've come 180 degrees from that model of physics. But our thinking is now a dynamic plan at this point. So when the environmental movement was, it was easy to think that if all change had happened at this imperceptibly slow rate, then yeah, well, obviously the humans have accelerated that pace of change, and humans are now contributing to more global change than we've seen in millions of years. If that uniformitarian gradualistic model was correct. And I'm afraid that there's a large faction of the environmental movement that's still locked into that thinking of the gradual evolution of the planet, one grain of water, one drop of water, one grain of sand at a time, and it has not suffered any kind of disruption until we had humans came along and started factories and oil wells, SUVs, and everything else. But clearly, we have to come to terms with the fact that we live in
One hell of a dynamic solar system.
one hell of a dynamic.
Without Jupiter, right, we'd be fucked tomorrow.
We would be. Somebody said they wanted to say fuck. So I'll go ahead and throw it out. We would be fucked.
Jupiter is the big kind of like the bouncer for all the bigger asteroids and suck.
Well, Jupiter can play a dual role. Jupiter can act as the bouncer that kicks a lot of those guys back out into the Kuiper disk or wherever they came from. But it can also hurdle stuff in towards us. It can do either one.
Sacred geometry is a subject that I wanted to talk to you about because we could go on about cataclysmic impacts forever, but it's one of the things that you mentioned at the end of our last podcast that you wanted to talk about in this one.
Yeah.
And it's the name of your organization, Sacred Geometry.
What's the name of the website? I could find some stuff here to show you about that. And it dovetails because we're talking here a lot of geology, geometry, right? They both are sciences that have evolved out of the study of Earth. And one of the things that I've done is in geology, we have this thing called scale invariance, which is if you look at a geological picture, you're always going to see somebody, you're going to see a rock in the center of the picture, you're going to see a person standing there, because oftentimes you don't have a sense of the scale of what you're looking at. And in geometry, we have the same phenomenon. It's also kind of a modern term for this fractalization, where the part looks, the smaller part looks like a bigger whole. And that's one of the basic working ideas of sacred geometry. And it's the same idea of what I was describing, standing here looking into the Minnesota River valley. This was an example of scale invariance. That you had the same, that the big channel was just a much, much larger version of this small channel. And then if you didn't have a scale of reference, you couldn't tell really what you're looking at, how big or how small it is. So in the study of sacred geometry, one of the fundamental ideas is this idea of scale invariance. So when I first was interested in geometry, because geometry, I think, is one of the keys to deciphering many of the traditions. Like, I became somebody wanted me to talk about freedom, so I'm going to talk about the unconservative. One of the things that I learned, so it was actually, I think I learned before I was actually initiated in the Masonic fraternity in 1978, was that at the core of all the Masonic symbolism is geometry. If you wanted to understand the message of the great leaders, you had to geometry. If you wanted to understand the amazing plethora of symbolism of which bases are understood, you had to study geometry. And secondarily, you had to study survival. So that sort of confirmed some of the ideas I had already thinking at the time of the video. Freemasonry is full of symbolism.
Why did you join the Freemasons?
Well, because for one thing, I've always loved art. I come from a family of builders. I build things for living. I design things. I build things for living. So I was always interested in the built environment. And somewhere along the line, I just began to realize that there was a whole lot more to the built environment of ancient times. That in modern times, you look at architecture, and that architecture is not necessarily symbolic, except I'm very abstract sense. I mean, you're aware of the fact that ancient architecture, the ancient structures, whether it's the pyramids of Giza, or Stonehenge, or Angkor Wat, or Mayan temples, they're all found this in life. They're not just, because, hey, it looks good. No, they convey information. Cathedrals, in particular, we refer to some of the cathedrals as the literal textbooks of study. That's what they are. Sharp cathedral, beautiful cathedral, textbooks of study. And I have you ever been to the cathedral? That's something you need to put in your bucket list.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to Europe this summer. So what I do on a vacation instead of
make it a research vacation.
where you go. I have kids. It's tough to do a lot of research. We've got little kids that get bored real easy. But I'm going to check some shit out.
Yeah, check some shit out. I could send you some places that I don't know about your kids, but I could easily have been 8 years old and totally blown away.
Okay. Yeah. Well, one of the things about the Freemasons, the idea of the Freemasons, is that it's a secret society.
Yeah.
And it's a secret, people associated with people who control the world.
Don't I wish? Joe, I think I would love to be the secret dictator.
Really?
Well,
What you do differently?
Differently? We can do that's going to be
That's a 5-hour podcast.
Yeah, that's a different podcast.
Right. But when you say I'm a Mason, people would automatically, especially ignorant people, would automatically assume you're a part of some sort of society that's victimizing the general population. You're involved with people with the eyeball on top of the pyramid that's on the dollar bill, and
I don't even know where to start with it.
Are there secrets in the Freemasons you're not allowed to talk about?
Well, bear in mind, now, secrets, in the Middle Ages, there were trade secrets and, building secrets, clearly, and when you went through the process of initiation, you learned about these secrets, right? But it's not really that different, the idea that, say, modern commercial industrial secrets, Coke, it keeps it formula secret, right? It has done so for 100 years,
Right.
But the thing was, you didn't realize that Freemasonry became an outlawed organization, right? During the Middle Ages, when the church was persecuting anybody who was branded a heretic, which could have been anything that they wanted, Freemasonry had to go underground. And that's the primary reason for the secrecy, is because it was a survival strategy. It had only re-emerged in the early 1700s with the consolidation of 4 lodges to become the modern institution of Freemasonry. And, anybody who comes up with that, I would just challenge them, show me the hard. Show me, I like to say that, I'll admit 14 of the American presidents have been Freemasons, but 22 of them were Episcopalians. So clearly that implies to me that it's the Episcopalians who are the puppet masters ruling the world, right? You want to make that argument.
Well, why were they Freemasons? What's the benefits of being Freemasons?
Well, for one thing, what you're doing is you're aligning yourself with probably the oldest institution that still exists. That goes back, now we can historically trace it back to the Middle Ages. But if you go back further than that, while the historical continuity breaks down, you can go back and you can talk about the Corinthians in Italy, you can talk about the Martionists, you can talk about the Layist tradition, you can talk about the mysteries of Egypt, talk about the Zoroastrian tradition. The list goes on, the Eleusinian mysteries. And what we see is a structure of initiation that's virtually identical in all these cases to what modern Freemasonry is. And modern Freemasonry, basically, you have a whole cross section of individuals. A lot of which are simply because they have so that's what others join because Freemasonry every year raises millions of dollars for charity, mostly for charitable causes. They run the Scottish Rite Hospital for charitable lions, children who need medical care. They can go to these hospitals and not have to pay for it. So they're a fraternal organization, one of the largest charitable organizations in the world. Jesus said, by their works, you shall know. You can twist that around. Reversely twist that around and say that's some kind of nefarious strategy. So the other side of the equation is that they're also custodians of this body of ancient symbols. For all of these things that we have been talking about, basically are and I could go on some interesting stuff that you could look at to see what we're actually talking about here. But yeah, they have this amazing body of symbols. Oh, here's an example of the sonic. And what do you see right at the very center of this symbolic logo? What is that?
I think it's a barn.
It's not a barn.
Is it the ark? It's the ark.
It's from
That's Noah's ark.
It's Noah's Ark.
So that's supposed to be the ocean around it.
It's floating in the waters of the Great Flood. And if you look closely, I know it's hard to tell, but growing out of
It's a chicken.
it's an acacia.
It's an acacia bush.
It's a Masonic symbol for rebirth, regeneration, rejuvenation. So the idea here is that in that ark is preserved all of the seeds, the biological diversity of the world that is now being erased from the planet by the waters of the flood.
The acacia is related to the acacia tree, the acacia bush.
Yeah.
And that's the same bush that they believe was responsible for Moses having the visions of God. So what are giving him the Ten Commandments? Because the acacia bush is rich in dimethyltryptamine. It's a flaming bush, being symbolic of somehow or another extracting the DMT from that, smoking it or lighting it on fire. And that being the transmission method for the dimethyltryptamine, which of course is one of the most profound psychedelic experiences and gives people this feeling of being in contact with the divine.
Now, do you think it's any coincidence that the Oasis have venerated the acacia for hundreds of years?
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Well, there's modern day scholars who are looking at the story of Moses and connecting it to some sort of psychedelic trip.
Yeah. Here is,
Which is another thing that's slowly being exonerated today. Those ideas are being vindicated today.
yeah,
Say that before, you would say just a few decades ago that somehow or another Moses was on drugs or stuff like that.
yeah,
Would just and any real, legitimate sort of stories being connected to psychedelic drugs being preposterous now. It's more and more accepted.
right. Well, simply because the evidence is acute, it's overwhelming. The LSD, there's no question. The LSD conditions, they were imbibing some type of consciousness altering substance. I think no question the Freya conditions also, they were.
They don't know what that was.
Not exactly, unless I think it was maybe Albert Hoffman and a couple others. They wrote a book in the 70s on the LSD conditions. They read some on it, but they couldn't find what their final conclusion was, but it was definitely that they were psychedelic.
Well, even soma, back to the ancient Hindus, the soma being some sort of a mystery concoction. They don't know what it was, but it most likely had some sort of psychedelic properties to exactly don't know what it was.
Exactly what it was.
It's amazing when you consider the fact that this stuff was so profound and so important to them. We don't even know what was in it. Most likely some concoction that probably included psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, I'm convinced that one of the great ways to psychedelics, and it was a profound mistake. We should have venerated it as ancient cultures and provided context in which people could do it with wisdom, and provide it rather than driving it underground, turning it into a criminal enterprise. That has been, I think, enormously destructive consequences for our society by criminalizing this for the last century.
Yeah, well, most certainly, and you can see the difference in the art of the 1960s, especially when it comes to music. Between the 60s and the 70s, the shallow nature of a lot of the music that came out in the 70s, disco and all that stuff. And then look at what was going on in the 60s with Hendrix and Jim Morrison, most likely psychedelic related.
Oh, of course it was. Yeah, of course it was.
Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, profound change in the music of the Beatles once they discovered LSD.
Oh, it inspired an enormous burst of creativity.
What's really interesting and what we're seeing now is huge benefits of psychedelic therapy for people with post-traumatic stress disorders. And it's out of war that we're finding these therapies for people that went to war, and these therapies, the best ones are psychedelics.
Yeah.
Which is really amazing.
Well, in my own case, I basically went from essentially being a juvenile delinquent to the quest for God first. Basically.
So wow.
It was that quick.
A lot of people have had the same story. Terrence McKenna spoke of his one of his trips to the jungle being that he was this sort of ne'er-do-well, he just couldn't get it together, and he came out of it, this psychedelic shaman who had this intense desire to spread the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. Of course, for me, I'm patient. I want to see it move a lot faster. I want to see us just end this ridiculous drug war. And of course, there's going to be a downside to it. There's a downside to everything. But
the upside is so substantial.
The upside is so substantial. The downside of it is minuscule compared to the downside of the drug wars.
Not only that, how about the drugs that we already have? The drugs that are sanctioned are the worst ones. Yeah. We're not going to have a drug-free society. I've had Dr. Carl Hart on the podcast, who's an expert in this, and he's written some pretty amazing stuff on it. One of the things he says, not only do we not want a drug-free culture, we've never had one. No one has ever had this idea of a drug-free culture that never existed.
Right.
Once people figured out a way to perturb their normal states of consciousness and the benefits of whether it's alcohol or psychedelics or whatever it's been, even yoga and meditation, you're essentially you're stimulating endogenous drugs.
Yes. And see, here's the thing: is somebody brought this up. I don't know. Somebody saying, you can embark on a quest for spiritual enlightenment, mystical, and one right through this arduous program of yoga, meditation, all of that. It'll take years. But who's going to embark upon such a program? Not really knowing that the end is this ecstatic, mystical, the Godhead, right? Well, they said that basically nature's provided shortcuts so that you can actually see what the goal of it was. Know that, at the end of this process that might take you 10 years or 5 years or whatever, depending on your dedication, there is this experience of consciousness expanding into these ecstatic states.
Agents of evolution, as it were. And that's the thing that people, I think, universally feel from psychedelic experiences is that it allows you to get over a lot of these sort of built-in instincts that we have from our thousands of years of evolution and the time that we were essentially living like wild animals. I mean, those genes are still in our system, and we have all these ideas of paranoia and fear and ego and jealousy and all these different things that allowed us to be ultra competitive, which allowed us to innovate at a faster rate, which allowed us to get to where we are in 2015. But those things are kind of hampering us because we're outgrowing the monkey body.
It's like, if we're going to travel to, we want to travel to Europe. You can't drive with the car. You could go drive from here to the East Coast, but once you get to the coastline, you have to get out of the car and get into a different field. Right? Because if you keep driving in the same car, you go to the ocean. Right? We're kind of like that in the sense that, see, I think the war was perhaps inevitable. This because it's embedded in our consciousness. You see, I just showed you your evidence that the human population crashed coming out of the year. Well, what's ironic is that after the Ice Age was over, for about 3,000 or 4,000 years, from 6,000 to about 9,500 years ago, what we had was a period known as the climatic optimum by scientists who looked at it, in which some of the estimates are the global average climate might have been 240. What that meant was that you had a much longer growing season. And anybody who doubts this, please do your own research. I can post all kinds of stuff online, and anybody who's not immediately, can't handle this kind of information. Anybody who's open-minded can actually you can see that the climatic outlook is well documented. And for about 3,000 to 4,000 years, basically we were living in an almost quasi-paradisial state, almost a dark. It was almost like after the traumatic birth of this modern age, the Holocene that we're in. It's like nature just sort of was this nurturing environment. It was during this period that humans were worshiping the earth in the form of this corporeal, pregnant goddess. Right? It's been called the goddess civilization by Maria Gilbertus, the archaeologist who did all this work. And what was interesting, if you look at her work, is that during this period of the early Neolithic, in the archaeological terminology, there's no evidence of eating warfare. There's no evidence that people, looking at the carvings that people did, the artwork that people did, looking at the communities that were not stockades like they were later. There was no evidence in the archaeological record of mechanization. And it makes sense because in the aftermath of this extreme event, the end of the ice age, which you had these huge areas of the planet that were depopulated, nature quickly begins to reclaim. And what you now have is you have this sort of this benign life where growing seasons are months longer than now. Farming 14, 1,500 feet higher in the mountains than is now possible. Longer growing seasons, rapid expansion of population during this season. This would have been the era, think about what the biblical injunction in the hour of Dave was: be fruitful and multiply, replenish the earth, and subdue. Be fruitful and multiply. Well, if you've got a species hovering on the brink of extinction, what's the most important thing that species can do? Lots of sex, lots of reproduction, right? In the context of those times, it would have been very important for people to have lots of sex to quickly reestablish the viability of the human species, because we were literally, and now appears, hovering on the brink of extinction, as were so many of the other large birds of the planet. Right? And nature gave us this interval, this window of 3,000 or 4,000 years of extremely mild climate, right? During this time, the population rapidly expanded, moved into these vacated habitats. Around 6,000 years ago, the climate shifted. What started has been called by the paleoclimatologists neoglaciation, because the planet coming to us. What happened? Agricultural habitats contracted. The growing, the elevation of viable agriculture came down. Okay, now if you've got settled human communities that have become well established and living in the context of that environment, and now suddenly that environment changes, right? Exactly coincident with those environmental changes around 6,000 years ago is when we see the first appearance of human conflict. Because now with this change in climate, we've got this disruption, this major disruption of communities that's well established and proliferating for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Think about if you're living in a community and you're farming at 10,000 feet above sea level. A smaller example, a micro example, would be freezing out of the colonists with the onset of the late ice age. Right? For 500 years, they were able to farm on the west coast of and then the little ice age came on, and they were frozen out. And they tried to hang on as long as they could, but it kept getting harder and harder to grow crops. And then the climate declined further, and the sea ice began to move south. And the one thing, waited too long, lost their opportunity, because once the sea ice had moved south, it cut off the sea lanes so that they couldn't actually evacuate. The Greenland colony was completely extinct. Ice itself was almost completely out. If we take that scenario, expand it, and go back 6,000 years, we essentially see a very similar parallel phenomenon. And so, when you figure, during a civilization of the age of the gods, this time that people were worshiping this corporeal pregnant goddess, this benign, motherly, nurturing goddess, There's no reason for conflict because human populations were small, they were isolated, resource base was enormous, and then climate change, suddenly now the communities and populations were disrupted. Migrations began happening. One group conflicts with another group. Now we see the implements of the evidence. If we go back to 10,000, 12,000 years ago, clearly, whatever happened must have been found in trauma. Think about this. If you were the survivor of your family, that basically erased modern civilization, you were living in a small, isolated band of survivors with no way to communicate with the rest of the world, and no knowledge of whether there was even other survivors anywhere on the earth. It could profoundly affect your consciousness. And that could be so profound that it's the imprint of those events could be so profound that it could be passed on, for generations and be lodged in our subconscious, this idea of human conflict necessary for human survival and the traumas that have been visited upon our species by nature itself. So I think that once we come to terms with the possible origins of human, only until we come to terms with the origin of human conflict, are we going to be able to purge it once and for all and realize that the modern analog for that scenario was that coming out of that catastrophe, abundant resources, abundant habitat, abundant space, no conflict for territory resources between the population and the community. What I suggest is that if people want to understand the viable future of this species, go out and crystal clear. Here's our future because scenarios that have been around since the 1970s show that everything that we're extracting now from the earth, the minerals, the precious metals, the hydrocarbons, it's all out there in infinite abundance. And it's basically just outside of our doorstep. And we are as close now to being able to harvest the resources of the cosmic environment as we were from setting foot on the moon in 1960.
Do you think we've been visited before by something from other planets?
I think perhaps long, long ago, there's another scenario. Discussions about UFOs at some point.
Some point?
Yeah.
Tease.
Well, it's the kind of thing where you kind of need to lay out the case. And what I like to do is basically present the evidence and see if whoever then draws the same conclusions from that evidence. So, but okay, let me put it this way. In what we were talking about, we were talking about 7,000 generations of people. The fact that in 4 or 5 generations, we're expecting to die in ships. How many times in the last 7,000 years have you suppose? To me, it's not impossible we would have achieved flight, even interplanetary flight, more than once. Just as we have, because think about it. We have achieved interplanetary flight, even unmanned expeditions to nearer space. But we're sending our satellites out beyond the solar system. All of this has come about in my lifetime.
Right.
Totally in my lifetime.
All of it since the 1950s.
Yeah, my grandfather, when he was a kid, it was horses.
And the big point is that if we died off now for some sort of mass extinction, space travel,
Thousands of years.
so all the aluminum, all the stuff the rockets we got out of it would all be gone. The Earth will absorb it.
Now let's just consider, as a wild, outrageous working hypothesis, we're able to offload fire.
So at one point in time,
Probably somewhere a little closer.
like we've been able to establish a base on it.
Now, this is like I said, it's right up front. This is an outrageous. This is crazy.
You're a heretic. What else? You've done drugs.
Oh my
Dismiss
God.
this man. This is over.
It's time to lock me away. Gag me, muzzle me, and lock
If
me
we
away.
consider the fact that our civilization, if all your theories are true, which they most certainly appear to be, our civilization has been rebooted as of 12,000 years ago. Modern civilization emerges somewhere around 7,000 years ago. In 4.6 billion years of life on Earth, or excuse me, of the life of the Earth existed, and then life on Earth being in our form, a few 100,000 years, right? In 100,000 years, is a long time. That's 10 events since the big impact. 10 times.
Well, remember the Greenland ice core graph that I showed you? I mean, what you're seeing there is a dozen or more enormous events in the last quarter of years. In the time, probably the oldest human skeleton, modern human skeleton, is now dated to about 100,000 years. How much earlier than that were we? I don't know. But conservatively, we can say 180,000 years. That Greenland ice core graph goes back to 250.
And the flying crafts and all that could actually have been based on real live objects, real live spaceships.
Read the Sumerian stories. What did they say? In the wake of the flood, it was so disastrous that what did the gods do? They fled the earth and went to space. It says right there in the myth itself. It says they left. They left the earth and went to the heavens because what was going on the earth was so traumatic and even freaked them out. Read the stories of gods, the gods, Enki and Ea, and the rest of them.
What did you think of Zechariah Sitchin and his fantastical translations of the Sumerian texts?
I'm dubious about some of this.
Most are, right?
Yeah.
Most people who are experts in the Sumerian
States.
Yeah. It's kind of goofy. Well, but what's fascinating is there's so much that they absolutely understood that's really confusing. Like they understood they had an accurate depiction of our solar system, which included Pluto, which included all the planets in all the orbit in the correct, relatively correct sizes on these clay tablets that they made 9,000, 7,000, who knows how many thousand years ago.
Yeah, I guess I read some Sitchin stuff years and years ago, and at the time took it with a grain of salt. And subsequent to that, after I've seen some of the critiques, I'm kind of in that category myself. Some of those translations.
They made some leaps, for sure. But what they did discover, what they have, it's so fascinating to me when you look at like the caduceus, which very clearly resembles the double helix of DNA, and how it's closely associated with some of these images of larger beings holding smaller people with tails. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, this idea of genetic engineering, of taking lower primates and introducing human or alien DNA into these lower primates to create modern humans.
I don't know what to think about it. It sounds
ridiculous, but if we found a planet, like let's say we exist in this state right now, and we evolve without getting hit in the head by a big rock from space for another 1,000 years, or another 10,000 years. Let's get really fucking crazy. Just imagine how far we could come if we don't blow ourselves up. Yellowstone doesn't explode. We live another 10,000 years, and we jet off into the cosmos and find some planet with a bunch of dumb monkeys on it. You don't think we would splice our DNA into those dumb monkeys just to say, listen, I think you guys could do better. You could be like us. We're going to give you a bump. We know what's coming. If you guys keep going along this way, you could get to where we are in 1,000,000+ years.
Well, injection maybe. How about a scenario like this? Okay, from our superior perspective, we know that down there living on the phone, it's going to have its ass kicked or something. So we're going to do something to accelerate your evolution a bit, so that perhaps you can become a little bit more intelligent and figure this out. We're going to leave some clues behind for you, and then we're going to leave it in your hands to basically redeem the company.
It's amazing how often people just completely dismiss any ideas like that, but yet we clearly we're very advanced compared to life on Earth, but clearly we're advancing into the solar system, at the very least with robots. You know, we haven't really been doing manned space trips anymore, but we're sending a lot of fucking robots. Yeah, we're sending satellites, we're sending all these things to go around other planets and take images. We're sending robots that land on Mars to rove around and take photos, soil samples, and send information back to the sky to Earth. I mean, that's pretty.
It is
Fantastic stuff.
Well, imagine if you tried to describe this to somebody 100 years ago, they'd go, "Get out of here! Yeah, this is outrageous. I don't even want to hear such ridiculous stuff." But like you just said, considering the pace of change in the last century, given it a century ago, there was no airline. Right. Of course, the thing was, if you had the government bureaucracies like you have now, back then, Orville and Wilbur would have never been able to test their flights because some government bureaucrat would have been out there saying you don't have the proper permits to do this.
Right.
And right now, that's one of the big obstacles is that we've got these top-heavy political systems that are really, I think, really come from the creative process, the visual process. That's why they're such a big supporter of basically freedom. Getting back to the idea of individual liberty.
Sure.
I think the upside of people being free. Yeah, of course, there's a cost to freedom. There's going to be a downside too. But the upside, I think, again, is so much greater than the downside.
Well, that's what the internet shows. The internet is, it represents freedom, the ability to freely distribute information. This show itself would have never existed. This podcast could not have existed without something like the internet. No one would have ever the show. No one would ever said, yeah, go get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Actually, for so.
Well, I mean, you live there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. But it's just, the whole idea is that freedom allows people to innovate at a much quicker pace. Yes. It allows negative things too, but so does life itself. There's more of a chance of negative things if things are controlled. Yeah. If things are locked down. And
innovation goes right out. In my own personal sphere, 20 years, like I'm building a project right now. It took me 6 months and 9 trips down to City Hall to get permission from bureaucrats to do a small project, which 20 years ago, I could have gotten that permission in an hour or two. 20 years before that, they would not have even needed permission from anybody. You got your own house, you want to do this, your neighbors don't care, we'll do it. See? Right. So this is what my experience is there. Multiply that by millions across the board. It's like, it's going to get to a point where we dare breathe out without a permit because we're exhaling carbon dioxide. Right. So I think that a couple of things need to happen. One, we need to really get back to the idea. In America, that's the great dream and vision of America. This was supposed to be the home for freedom on the planet.
the bureaucracy is really disgusting, but it's also, I feel like, sometimes we need some resistance in order to facilitate action.
Some resistance.
Yeah, and some resistance sometimes gives us this real desire to overcome that resistance, which makes innovation. That might be one of the things that we're experiencing with this new culture that's emerging from the internet. It's kind of emerging in response to the resistance that we receive from, going back to psychedelics from the 60s to the 70s, the 70s into the 80s, and then the 90s, the internet emerges. And the internet is causing this big pushback.
Yeah. And I totally agree with you. Without some resistance, after all, there's no resistance. Basically, slow.
Return to couch potatoes.
Return to couch potatoes. Right.
Yeah, it's very rare that human beings, by default, are ambitious. It's like in response to something. Like one of the worst things you can do to a kid is give the kid everything they want and not have them work. Right. But they never develop any instincts to work towards them. They never develop any instincts to recognize that there's a benefit to struggling and being uncomfortable, and that the rewards, when you have a hard day's work and a job completed that you feel satisfied by, then the beer tastes so much better.
So much better. The Jewish Kabbalists have a term for it, which I can't remember what it translates again, that you didn't really have to work for, you didn't have to struggle, you didn't have to put forward any effort, it's just given to you. And it's like the stories that kind of goes along with presenting that is, the man builds up this great business empire, and then, he's getting ready to retire and he wants to pass it on to his son, and he says, come in, I'm going to make you CEO of my business empire, and you're going to be able to run the whole thing. And his son says, no thanks, I don't want it. He goes, well, what do you mean? He says, well, let me start at the bottom and work my way up, earn that position, effectively your position, and if it's just done to you.
It's just so rare that anybody has that mentality. Most people would take the easy road every single time.
Well, and that is to the consternation, I think, of our ancestors who didn't look at it. The people that came across the ocean, in great hardship, didn't look at it. And I think that they would be pretty much rolling in their graves if you see, basically, we'll just let the government take care of this.
Right.
I don't have to get a job because the government's going to take care of this.
But they would also look at computers and go, holy shit, you guys have figured some things out. Yeah, wait a minute, hold on. You ask a question to your phone and give the answer? Yeah. Thought about that on Star Trek.
Yeah. And see what that does is it shows these parallel trends that are happening. So, yeah, I'm that's why I tend to be more optimistic. I'm not a pessimist.
I do too. People give me a hard time for it sometimes. I'm unrealistic, or that's the hippie side of me. And I have a hippie ideology as well. The sacred geometry name. Why did you choose that?
Well, because at the time I was looking, there was so much interest, and because I saw it as a vein for putting information out and showing some of the amazing correlations and linkages, between subject and geometry and so many things. Like I said,
the Mayan temples, Egyptian structures,
and helping using that as a key to decipher, decode these messages that have been embodied in architecture. It's the key. It's a master. It's one of the master keys to decoding the archaic true wisdom tradition. There's no question. And geometry pervades everything. I mean, geometry pervades. I can show you now studies that have shown that the exact architecture of the solar system, if we change it even a little bit, none of this could happen. Because as it is now, you have this great reservoir of comets outside the Earth that Kuiper disk, right? At the inside of the air perimeter of that disk of comets, comets are in a quasi-stable condition. In other words, it doesn't take much to perturb them from that position. But at the same time, there isn't much there. So they generally are just slowly orbiting the sun. And what happens is conjunctions of the outer planets, Uranus and Neptune primarily, combined gravitation forces exerted on the air part of the Kuiper disk are enough to dislodge comets and send them either the gravity effect. If you've got a gravity effect pulling on something from behind and it's moving this way, it's going to act as a braking mechanism. If it's ahead and drawing on it, it's going to act as an accelerator. So if you accelerate one of these objects, it moves out further. If you decelerate it closer to the center. What happens is that conjunctions of the outer planets can move these comets inside within the sphere of influence of the planets. And it just so happens that astrophysicists have worked out the mathematics of it, that the masses in the space of the four great outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, are exactly what they need to be to transport comets from the Kuiper disk to the inner solar system. And if we change that even a little bit, you would lose this. They're referred to as the bucket mechanism, or the bucket handoff. Each planet would hand off the comet to the next one. And then when it gets to Jupiter, the big one, like you said earlier, Jupiter is either going to accelerate it and throw it back out, or it's going to decelerate it and send it in towards the sun, where it becomes an Earth crosser, where it begins to disaggregate in the process, fertilize the Earth with its constituents, which we now know are all kinds of interesting and exotic materials. So, if it turns out, and almost certainly will, in terms of panspermia, that life was originated on Earth by comets, that you had to have an environment that was conducive. You had to have this matrix of environmental conditions that if we're altered slightly, would not allow the proliferation of higher life. You now have the introduction of cometary material into that. Well, if the architecture of the outer solar system is not exactly lined up in the geometry that it is, then we never have that delivery. Mechanics and molecules from the comet. It's the fact that it's likely that the oceans, the hydrosphere originated from space. Without the oceans, where would life on Earth be? Now, here's where it gets interesting. The architecture of the solar system is what's condensed and embodied within the sacred architecture of Earth. So they've taken those proportions, however, that got them, whether they do it directly or on some subconscious level, and incorporated that into the designs and the proportions of the ancient sacred structures. It's there. Basically, the model of the Holy City, the New Jerusalem, described in the book of Revelations, is basically a model of the solar system architecture.
So it abides by Bode's law? Is that what it is?
Yes, I think it's a good day. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, D-O-D-E. Oh, it's Bode. And I've only seen it. That law being that the size and mass of a planet allows you to extrapolate and find out how big and far away the next planet would be.
So yeah, it shows up that one of the intervals we can see is asteroid. There's no planet, but there's an asteroid.
Right, and that sort of coincides with the ancient Sumerian myth of the creation of Earth being an impact. That there was and also Earth 1 and Earth 2. They know that Earth was at one point in time different and it was impacted, and that's also what created the moon, right?
Yes, well, that's about the moon. The moon is really something we can talk about. Say that for the future broadcast. The moon is really one of the grand symbols of the mysteries of the God. And it's right there. Right now, I would highly recommend that anybody listening to this go out and begin contemplating.
Unless you're afraid of werewolves.
Unless you're afraid of werewolves. Unless you're afraid of becoming transformed into.
Yeah. So the how is Jerusalem designed representation as a representation of the solar system?
Well, the hypothetical Jerusalem, New Jerusalem. Well, it describes this layout. It's complex, and when I show this to people, I usually rely on a lot of graphs, images, and reproductions on geometric diagrams. So basically, it's describing the same life square 12,000 furlongs, which is about and then it goes on to describe other things. When you begin to do the analysis of these numbers, you discover it opens up this whole world of numerical symbols. The 12,000 furlongs, you know how much a furlong is?
No.
Furlong is 1/8 of a mile. It still exists. It's a very ancient number. It still exists. It's a portion of it. It's the one that's it still exists. 1/8 of a mile. That's 660 feet. Right? Now, if you were to take the
28.35.
you know, it's an open sphere. It spins on its axis, so it bulges towards the equator, shrinks towards the polar axis. So the difference is about 7,900 miles to the polar axis, about 7,926 miles to the equatorial axis. But if you were to take a perfect sphere with the same area, surface area, as the Earth actually has, that sphere would be 7,900 miles in diameter. Now, that number, 7,960 miles, is very interesting because, for one thing, if we look at a furlong is 660 feet. So I'm putting 660 once you take that calculator. Okay. Now, that's a furlong, 660 feet. Convert that to inches by going times 12.
Times 12.
Okay. Equals
7,920.
there it is. Diameter here is in miles. That I just said. right?
Right.
The perfect sphere, that we have the same surface area, the same volume as the Earth, is 7,900 miles. And that's actually the diameter of the Earth. If you took a line from the Tropic of Cancer, 23.5 degrees north, through the Earth to the Tropic of Capricorn, we discovered that diameter is about 7,900. That's the number which I'm theorizing, and I'm thinking a lot of evidence to back up that ancient peoples used to symbolize the Earth, 7,920. But what you've just seen here is that this ancient unit of measurement called the furlong, which is 660 feet, is to the inch exactly as the Earth is to the mile. Now, what was the origin of the mile? Where did this mile? We brought it up earlier. The length of the mile, 5,200 feet. Right? What's the word? Think about the Latin word, what is that? Thousand, right? Like millions, thousand thousands. A millimeter is 1,000th of a meter, right? Because they're prefixing M-I-L, mil, Latin, prefixing that's 1,000, right? So that's where the actual word mile comes from. So a mile is 1,000. It's 1,000 paces. So if you were to go out and walk off 1,000 paces, say counting every time your right foot hit the ground, you do that 1,000 times, you're going to have a mile, more or less, depending on your size. I'm 6'1", so I'm going to have a slightly longer than this thing. Sometimes 5'5". But that's where the origin of the mile comes from 5,000, from 1,000 paces, given that that's standardized, but it's very ancient. See? Now, the outer circle of Stonehenge, the Sarsen stone circle, which are the compass in the circle, just tangent to the outer faces of the circle. The radius of that circle is 50, has been measured, and it's almost exactly 52.2, right? Or 1/100th of a mile. Now, if you take the diameter of Stonehenge, it's double that, which is 105.6 feet. Right, 50 times 105.6, and there's your mile. It suggests that the mile was being used by those who built Stonehenge 5,000 years ago. But you see, this number 5.28 is a universal relationship. For one thing, it says the average human pace related to the foot, which again, remember Protagoras said, man is the measure of all things, right? Where comes the inch? It's this.
The distance between your thumb.
Yeah, or it's this. But yeah. Or you can take this. That's
So, okay. So it's the tip of your thumb to the first joint.
yes.
That's essentially.
And it depends, because obviously there's some of it's giant size, right? Right. But the idea here is that units of ancient measurement derive from one of two sources: from the human yardstick or the earth. Okay. So now, if you take the average human pace divided by the average human foot, it's 5.28. Multiply that by 1,000, you have a mile of 5,200 feet. Right? I'm suggesting that unit of measurement is actually incorporated into the design of Stonehenge. Right? Now, what we have just seen is the description of New Jerusalem in the book of Revelations describes it as being 12,000 furlongs, which again is an ancient British unit, but probably used in Arabian already. And when we look at the ratios of the furlong, we took out the marker and laid out the furlong, 660 feet, and then marked off 1 inch. That furlong to that inch would be exactly the same. Now, in the book of Revelations, what it says is that the New Jerusalem is 12,000 of these furlongs. So if you take 660, which I put in times 12,000, look at the number that comes in.
That number 792,000.
But it's been raised by orders of magnitude. Now, divide that number of feet, the body button, divide by 5,280, divide by 5,280. And there is what they're describing. A body that's 1,500 miles. Right? So 1,500 miles. That's the distance. Now, if you take that number, I'm going to go to the Earth itself, 7920. Divide by the universe. Divide by 1,500. There's the ratio. Coincidence? Or are we beginning to see that there's an underlying pattern? Now, yeah, 5 to 8. So the ratio is there, right? I'm not making any of this up. So you either dismiss it as coincidence or you go, okay, there's an underlying pattern and it's got some meaning to it. Now, I think it's going to be beyond our ability today to get into it. This is the kind of thing you can peel back these layers and get to start information.
So it's some, in a sense, fractal.
It's fractal. And the idea here is like what you want to say, that we humans, we're the measure of all things. In all of these cosmic dimensions are miniaturized and encoded in our very anatomy.
Randall Carlson, we've run out of time. You've blown minds on multiple fronts once again. Man, we got to do another one. When's the next time? You tell me.
Give me a few months to recover from this one.
Okay, you tell me.
I'm going to bed for a week now.
What's up, Roganauts? Next up on Joe Rogan Experience 1136 Hamilton Morris. I stream my life all day, every day. Rabbi ROTHSCHILD here. We are live in the Discord if you want to check us out. Please do.
Boom, and we're live, Hamilton Morris, sober as fuck. How about you?
Absolutely.
So yes, this time. So we did a podcast 7 years ago, and most people apparently didn't know how fucked up we were. But I figured, damn, we're here with Hamilton Morris. We should go deep. And we just kept hitting that joint till I lost most of my grasp on reality while we're talking. It was just a very slippery conversation. I was just too high to form coherent thoughts. It was just whatever I pieced together was just, it was almost like miming a conversation.
Yeah, 7 years later, you're in place.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
yeah. Well, you were in the early days. We did it at my house.
Yeah,
That was way, way, way back in the day.
I had no idea. I mean, I knew who you were, of course, but I didn't know about your podcast entirely. I'd seen clips of you on YouTube, and it wasn't until I was driving home from that recording and my phone just filled with hundreds of emails that I realized, oh, wow, this is a serious phenomenon that I was not aware of. I see it's just huge.
It's got the wheel. I just sort of have to show up. It's very strange, and it sounds like false modesty or something like that. But I'm just being totally honest. This thing does itself.
I think a lot of it might have to do with the long form. Because people are so used to seeing people's opinions condensed and filtered into these sound bites and snippets, and to hear an extended conversation with someone where they can actually tell stories and articulate their opinions in a nuanced, careful way is so rare.
I agree. It's one of the reasons why I don't do those shows anymore, panel shows and things like that. It's just so frustrating.
Oh, it's insane. I have very little experience with that sort of thing, but I did Dr. Oz last year.
The worst buttons.
Yes, and I don't know how any normal person could function in that sort of environment. I mean, I have a TV show, so arguably I'm well trained for that sort of thing, but unless you're an actor who's prepared a line to say as soon as they point at you, there's no way that you could function because it's not a genuine conversation. It's just an opportunity to launch one sentence sound bites and then audience applause.
Yeah, and also the audience is such a strange element to add to a conversation. I mean, if you and I were having this conversation exactly in this room, but to the left of us is an enormous group of people, we'd feel weird. We'd have to address them. We'd have to turn to them. It would be odd.
Following illuminated
Warm-up guy is like, okay, everybody, we're coming back from break. Coming back from break. They hold up the sign, applause, 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 and everybody goes crazy.
And we create the worst environment. I was on this discussion about Kratom. Are you familiar with this?
I'm on it right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's been stiff and painful, so I iced it before I came here, and then I just took 6 took 10 months. Oof.
10
pills?
capsules.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you grab that back?
What is the drug?
Yeah, for sure. But when I took 4, I was like, well, I took 2 for the first time I took it. I took 2. And a couple times I took 2, and it's like a mild stimulant. But then when you get into the range of 8 to 10 pills, it's like, oh, this will fuck you up. The stuff I take is Urban Ice Organics, and see, it says take 2.
So the amount of material in the capsule 750 milligrams.
So
Reasonable amount. But they always construct these things in these ridiculous, dramatic oppositions, like this me versus a woman whose son had died of some kratom-associated overdose, and it turns into a thing like, what do you have to say to this woman whose son died? There are people that die from caffeine overdoses as well. It's tragic that this happened.
have people died from this?
Yes, they
How
have
much do you have to take?
an enormous amount. I mean, I think a lot of people set up these unrealistic expectations with these drugs where they like a drug, they want to say it's impossible to kill anyone. It's impossible. There's no possible way. If you set that as your standard, you'll always fail because people will die doing absolutely everything: running, having sex, defecating, aspirin, absolutely. There's nothing in this world that can't find its way into a human death. So if people want to say, and even cannabis, obviously, people say you can't overdose on cannabis, and essentially you can't. But if you look at the medical literature, there are a number of these cannabis-associated fatalities. We can debate them endlessly, but the point is, once a drug enters a large enough population, there'll be a number of sensitive individuals, and someone will die. It doesn't mean that the drug is dangerous. It means that it's unrealistic to set a standard where if anything bad happens to anyone, we have to decide that the drug is dangerous and should be banned.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, water kills people. There's a lot of these hazing things where the fraternity kids will be asked to drink a shit ton of water. People died from it. A woman died in San Jose a few years back from a contest to drink water to get her son like an Xbox or something. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that are lethal. But the LD50 for cannabis is, you would have to smoke your body or something. It's something crazy.
It would be very difficult.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you couldn't get so high that you did something really stupid one and die.
Right.
Yeah, especially depending upon the person, biological variability.
Right, exactly. And that's just, I think it's also just a sort of a bad road to go down. People always want to emphasize the safety of things,
Right.
but in my opinion, safety isn't the point. It doesn't ultimately matter to me whether or not something is safe. I think we should have the freedom to do dangerous things if we choose. We're allowed to ride motorcycles, we're allowed to shoot guns, we're allowed to go skydiving, bungee jumping. All those things carry risks, but it's assumed that any adult that does them is aware of those risks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's also who is, if the society that we live in was just you and I, is that we were the only two people alive. Who are you to tell me what I can do, or me to tell you what you can do? It's ridiculous. And so when you have grown adults telling a grown adult who's informed what they can and can't do, then it becomes a question of children. Well, then it becomes an education issue. It becomes a parental issue. It's just, you can't lie to your children about the effects of certain drugs, because then they're not going to believe you about the actually dangerous ones.
Right. And this is, of course, reflected in the so-called opioid epidemic.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
There's endless finger pointing. Everyone wants to find the culprit that's behind all of it. And the easiest person to blame, of course, are pharmaceutical companies, because everybody hates pharmaceutical companies. So why not blame them?
Right.
But, and I'm not pro-pharmaceutical by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm also not anti-pharmaceutical either. And when you look at the way, for example, the New York Times is covering the opioid epidemic, it's always in this tone of like documents were uncovered that show that executives in Purdue Pharma were aware that morphine was addictive as early as 1999. It's like, well, of course they were aware. People have been morphine was addictive for hundreds of years. This is old news. And this whole idea that doctors were convinced by some letter in the New England Journal of Medicine that said that OxyContin is addictive is absurd. These are all morphine derivatives. Any adult, especially a medically trained adult, should know that no matter what little variation you make on the molecule, its structure and pharmacological and qualitatively similar to morphine, of course it's going to be addictive. And people live in drugs as well, as long as everyone's aware of the risks.
As long as they understand the protocol. There's so many people that get on these things and then wind up taking them far longer than they're supposed to, because it's easy to get hooked. We need to at least have some sort of responsible direction that these people need to go to get off of them once they're on them. People that get back operations, anything where they prescribe you high doses of opiates, it's a huge problem. I know many people have gotten hurt because of it. And in fact, I should tell you that my good friend Justin Bren, his wife found out about Kratom because of you. Because of your show, he had a problem with his shoulder, got shoulder surgery. They put him on OxyContins. He was fucked up on them, and he was having a really hard time getting off it, having the shakes really bad, and Kratom was the only thing that got him off it.
Right, and that's not surprising. I mean, this has been known for a very long time in Thailand, and that was actually the reason that it was originally prohibited. I don't know if you're aware of that, but because the government taxed opium, and people started using kratom, then they made kratom illegal.
Is that the right way to say it? Because people say Kratom.
Yeah.
You're the only one I've heard say kratom.
It's a Thai word. People in Thailand call it kratom.
Wow.
So people do is call it kratom. It's also, they have me know it's because it's kratom. So right. I'm not going to go that far. Kratom is closer.
You did.
Yeah. But I feel that,
Like American people that say Ecuador, Argentina.
But it is kratom.
Yeah. Kratom. Okay. So we'll try to go with
Or something close to that. It's closer to that than kratom.
Right. And so the reason why it was made illegal was because of the fact that it was pinching some of the profits off of the opium trade.
Yes. Yeah. And so it's been known for a long time that it helps people get off more addictive opioids. And
how does it do that?
Well, it's an opioid itself, and a lot of people don't want to admit or acknowledge that, but I think we need to get beyond this idea that drugs are inherently bad or opioids are inherently bad just because the ones that we're aware of have a lot of problems. In some sense, medicinal chemistry and pharmacology and all this are still in a very primitive state. There's so much to be learned, so we're mostly giving people these derivatives of morphine that have been around for 100 years, and there are better things. We're going to continuously discover less addictive treatments for pain, and I think that the alkaloids in kratom are a step in that direction, which is so tragic that they're trying to now make it illegal, because this is something that, as far as I can tell, has genuinely helped an enormous number of people reduce their intake of more addictive and more dangerous opioids.
One of the things that I felt, I mean, and again, my dose was not extremely high, but when I was on it, I was very coherent. I was clear. It was clear to me that I was affected by something, but it felt kind of good. It didn't feel bad. It felt a little uneasy, like whoa, this world feels a little weird right now. But it did not feel like I was impaired. Like I know a lot of people who take it and exercise. Like I have a friend who takes 10 pills and exercise. Just seems kind of fucking crazy.
Yes.
But he says he has a great workout
Right.
by taking that stuff before he works out.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to lend itself to a lot of different applications. In Thailand, it's used almost exclusively for that sort of purpose. In the South, it's a drug that laborers use so they can collect the latex from rubber trees and just get their job done. That's what it's about. I mean, that's what opioids are about for a lot of the world, both in the United States and in Africa and in Thailand. Is people live hard lives and many labor is painful and repetitive and difficult, and anything that makes that little bit more manageable is a very important tool for humans.
I always felt like people that did heroin or opiates or something like that were on a very short road to death. That was my perception. Worked on the docks, they would bring fish in and fillet the fish for the market. And he worked with a guy that every day at lunch, the guy would go cop, he would get his heroin, he would shoot it up in his car, and then he'd go back to work. And I was like, he'd come back to work. He'd be like, yeah, he worked every day. Like every day he shot up and every day he worked. Like, yeah, he was never late. Nope. I thought you did heroin, the next thing you know, you'd just be on the floor, fetal position in your own urine, and you just would fall apart and die.
Right. Yeah, there's this idea that people sometimes refer to as pharmacological determinants to sedate and disinhibit you. Heroin has to addict you and make you a slave to it and kill you. Cocaine has to be a euphoric thing that's done at parties. It's also very addictive. PCP has to make you strip nude and run around fighting cops and punching holes and wooden fences. But when you look at this, anthropologists have looked at certain drugs that are used cross-culturally, like alcohol, and what you find is this whole idea of pharmacological determinism is fundamentally flawed. Drugs behave differently in different cultures depending on the set and setting of the user, and so you find all sorts of instances that are major exceptions to these rules that we've set up for these various drugs. For example, PCP, which is no one can imagine that PCP is medicinal, but even to this day, PCP is in Schedule 2, not Schedule 1, like cannabis and LSD. Schedule 2 can still be prescribed, actually, and that's because it had a history of medicinal use. There was even PCP psychotherapy in the UK in the 50s. So this is something that most people wouldn't believe, but to those patients who were taking it then, there was none of this cultural association of PCP being a drug that causes psychosis or makes you strip nude. It was simply another tool for a psychiatrist to use and help people release repressed memories or traumas that they were afraid to talk about when sober.
We're seeing that now with MDMA, right? And also ketamine. Ketamine being used as an actual tool for psychotherapy, particularly for people with depression. It's having really good results. My friend Neil Brennan, who's a hilarious comedian, struggles with depression, and he got great relief from
This is often packaged as a sort of psychedelic renaissance, but I think in a larger context, it's a drug-facilitated psychotherapy renaissance, because this was not just limited to psychedelics. People did something called narcoanalysis, where they would give people sedatives like propofol, which killed Michael Jackson, or various barbiturates or various other drugs, and the relaxing effect would allow people to talk more openly to a therapist, and it was considered very effective. Now, this idea of a psychiatrist injecting you with a drug in order to help you talk about your problems it's unheard of. I don't think anyone does it anymore, but it used to be very common, and I think a return to that is going to be really beneficial.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the right drugs with the right cases and the right people, and I think we've got to get past these schedules. That when you have things like marijuana and psilocybin, especially DMT, which your own body uses as a Schedule 1 drug, the famous Terrence McKenna line, we're all holding. You know, when it comes to DMT, it's just stupid. It's stupid that these things are Schedule 1. I mean, you're saying there's no medical benefit whatsoever or medical application for cannabis. It's fucking crazy. When you want to have something that really actively promotes a distrust in law enforcement, the scheduling of drugs is one of the best ones. Because when you look at something like marijuana and you see that that's a Schedule 1 drug, that's infuriating to people that gain huge benefits from cannabis. I mean, people that have going through chemotherapy, people that have, intraocular pressure from glaucoma. You can go down the list over and over and over again. Kids that have epilepsy, have seizures. You can keep going on and on and on. It's an amazing plan. And to have that demonized because of some ridiculous propaganda from the 1930s that still somehow or another clung on in 2018. You think about all the information we have now with the internet, and the fact that cannabis is still Schedule 1. You have assholes like Jeff Sessions still saying things like good people don't smoke marijuana. This is crazy talk.
It's crazy, but keep in mind, it was just about 100 years ago that alcohol was prohibited in the United States. It took 13 years to reverse that. And that was alcohol. There's no drug more integrated into our culture than alcohol, and that took 13 years to reverse.
What was that like back then? That must have been madness. When alcohol was illegal, the cops would come in and jackboot the thugs, knock over gin mills, bust open kegs of whiskey and spill it all out. Like, what the fuck was that like?
It was disastrous, but I think what's interesting about that is it was a worthwhile experiment. To give them the benefit of the doubt, it was worthwhile to see, because in some sense, you could say that prohibition has a certain logic to it. You could say drugs cause problems, so if we just make all the drugs illegal, then maybe those problems would disappear. But it didn't work. The experiment failed, and there's nothing wrong with a failed experiment, but it's a problem if you keep repeating it over and over and over again for 100 years, looking for a different result.
Right. And then go to other drugs. This one. Let's try this one. Let's make this one.
And it's a terrible PR situation for the police as well. If I were a police officer, I would be the biggest opponent of the war on drugs and of anyone in the government, because when you think about why does the average person in New York City love a firefighter? They love firefighters, but they hate cops. Why is that? It's because of the drug war. Because a firefighter isn't going to hurt you for something that wasn't really a crime to begin with, or some kind of victimless crime. A firefighter is just there to help you, to save you if you're in trouble. And the same would be true of police officers if it weren't for the drug war. Ideally, there's a little complexity to it.
Sure. There's certainly complexity when it comes to shootings and along those lines. But I mean, the stop and frisk. I've read something about stop and frisk in New York when they had that instituted. Most of it was drugs. Most of it was like catching people with marijuana. Which is just fucking insane. You just start, hey, you look like you might be streetwise. Get over here.
And that's the way these laws have functioned from the very beginning. I mean, if you look at drug law in the UK, it tends to be very black and white. Something is legal or illegal. If it's legal, it can be sold in stores because it's legal. If it's illegal, it can't be sold anywhere. In the US, they've instead created this nebulous, far-reaching gray area where there's all sorts of things that are maybe illegal, kind of illegal, do it, but don't get caught. And it's created an ability for the government to selectively prosecute people whenever they want, if they want.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be lessening. I mean, when you have someone like Jeff Sessions in office, it's very disturbing. But then Trump says things like he's very strong on states' rights to, pass marijuana laws, things along those lines. You're very credulous.
I don't know. I suppose I am a bit incredulous when it comes to Trump doing anything good. But
I think if you told him that people love him more if he did things good, he would do things good.
That's probably true.
I think
that he trusted somebody.
I think that's what I think. We gotta get somebody. We gotta get somebody who's good at back rubs.
Get my vodka on the podcast.
Well, I doubt it. I mean, I don't know what is the thing about. There's also the separation between drug users and policymakers.
Yes, and one thing that I am certain will help, and it's sort of tragic that this is the case, but it's capitalism. It's the corporatization of these drugs. Because with cannabis, when it was hippies and the counterculture having, marches down the streets of New York holding up 420 signs out in the eyes of lawmakers, when you have some guy from Yale Business School who's never smoked weed who says, this is a serious business opportunity. We're going to make it big, and gets investors, invests millions and millions of dollars into it, hires lobbyists, plays the game like a capitalist, then the laws do change. And I wish that weren't the case, but it is. And it's tragic for the people that did fight and did go to prison and did sacrifice that these business school guy works.
Yeah, that is the way it works, and that's okay. I mean, it's just a weird path. It's a weird path. As long as we can get to legalization, I'm 100% for that path. I just think that might be the only way. In this weird country, this country is so enamored with money. I mean, we're so enamored with money and profits, and even for dying people, even old people. Warren Buffett invested shit tons of money in warehouses to sell to grow cannabis in Colorado when the laws were passed. I mean, that guy's 150,000 years old. He's worth billions of dollars, and he's like, "Who gives a shit? I'm making more money now, and more and more and more." I mean, even when they're really old, they're massively motivated by profit.
Yes, and I think the same will be true for psychedelics, and it'll probably be true for all of these things, because you need to have lobbyists, you need to have sort of typical white-collar support to push things forward.
I agree. I don't see any other way around it right now. I mean, the real hope is that, but that we'll figure out. It's hard to learn those things with classes on, right?
Yes.
Ari's talking about that classes, dig into your head. That cannabis will, not just cannabis, but cannabis will open the door to all these different substances that will allow people to gain a greater perspective. This is the ultimate goal, in my opinion, is to give people the opportunity to step outside the momentum of their lives and look at things with fresh eyes and make clear decisions. This is one of the best things that I think that drugs provide, is that these psychedelic drugs in particular provide an escape from the momentum of this life that you've created or that you've found yourself a part of. It's very difficult for people to stop behaving patterns, to stop and to just look at themselves objectively and sort of rethink, regroup, and reassess. And this is one of the best things about cannabis and about psilocybin and a lot of these other psychedelic drugs, is that it gives you this newfound perspective that allows you to reconsider things.
Yes, absolutely. I think, because depressed people become used to these very ingrained patterns of thinking, and anything that can break you out of that can shake it up for a minute and give you a different perspective, I think it's inherently therapeutic.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think I'm hoping that what I see, and this is what I believe I see, is that we're changing our perceptions. I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day about marijuana, where we were talking about how you used to hide whether or not you did it from certain people. And now that group of people that you have to hide it from is smaller and smaller. And that it seems like everyone casually smokes marijuana now in our circles. There's so many people that do. There's a few that don't, sober people and whatever. But it's way more common, whereas 10, 15 years ago, this was something you did if you had a good job, if you had a family. It's not something you wanted people to know about.
And what I think is really interesting is that in and of itself changes the nature of the cannabis experience. So I think if somebody uses cannabis in a culture that supports it, that approves of it, their experience will be better by virtue of that fact.
Right.
So there's a certain shame that a lot of people feel when using any drug. I remember crazy reason I feel a little bit with cannabis. It's just a hair of I should be studying, I should be reading, I should be more focused. This is an hedonistic, comfortable thing. I should be working harder. But that's, I think, just the vestiges of this propaganda that I've been fed or something like that. Or maybe it's true, but I understand from one perspective, why the internal shame that you might feel makes the entire experience healthier and more beneficial. Because we do construct these limitations, we construct these experiences to some extent. So if you decide cannabis is a dissociative drug, it's hedonistic, comfort oriented, take you away from your responsibilities, and that's what it will become. But if you decide, like parents intended it, it's an intellectual catalyst that will facilitate your ability to read and learn and think and write, then it will become that as well.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because people that take it that are prone to paranoia or that are dealing with like some difficult issues in their life right now, perhaps trying to avoid, it becomes an uncomfortable experience. Whereas people that are happy and having a good time and in a good place, marijuana will sort of enhance that in this loving, warm feeling of comfort and of like sort of acceptance of your existence. It's going to be okay.
Right. But I think even the paranoia is like you could say, is sort of vestige of this propaganda that makes people afraid. It's a bad trip is a very damaging concept because, and I know from personal experience, I never really used psychedelics in high school with the exception of salvia because I was terrified of a bad trip. I talked to friends who described bad trips and it's a bad trip. It's really bad and scary. And I would think, oh, that's terrible. I would never want a bad trip. I would never going to touch these things with a bad trip. It would be too much for me to tolerate. And then I started using psychedelics and I realized there's no such thing as a bad trip anymore. There's a bad meal or a bad relationship or a bad day. Having an occasional bad thing in life doesn't stop you from doing things like eating or having relationships or living typically. So
what do you mean by this? Are you saying there's no such thing as a bad trip?
Yes.
You're saying there's no such thing as a bad meal?
I'm saying that there is such thing as a bad meal, but it wouldn't prevent you from tripping. And I think that even the bad, or it wouldn't prevent you from eating either, sorry about that. But I think even these bad trips, although they can be difficult, are beneficial and are a learning experience. And the same thing a bad meal could be. You learn not to go to that restaurant, or maybe you learn something about what makes you sick or what to be careful of in the future. You know, if you are approaching life from a non-fearful perspective, where your intention is to learn, then you can extract benefit from almost any experience. And these difficult psychedelic experiences, I genuinely believe, and this is what is maybe the hardest thing to communicate about psychedelics, is that it's the difficult ones that are often the best. Those are the ones that really teach you something. And when you're trying to talk about psychedelics with people who never use them, it's not a great selling point to say, oh, you know, the best thing that can happen is you're going to think you're going to die. But that is arguably the best thing that can happen, is to think that you're going to die. Because that's a confrontation with the overarching fear, the fear that generates all other fears. And if you conquer that fear, then your life will almost certainly improve.
Well, what is one thing that's sort of genuinely universally accepted as a beneficial experience? Is a near-death experience. It's sort of universally accepted as a transformative moment in people's lives. Like I had this near-death experience and I realized, wow, I got to get my shit together. After that heart attack, I realized that life is a gift, and I changed the way I think about things, and I started calling people that I loved and telling them that I love them. This is the same. You can get a near-death experience from cannabis. You just don't ever die. But you really do. I mean, it's the death of so many perceptions and so many things about your life, especially from edible cannabis, which I think is probably one of the least understood and most potent things that people are consuming on a daily basis. I can't tell you how many times I've given someone edible marijuana and they're fucking convinced that it's been laced with something awful and that they're going to die. But then afterwards, they come out of it and they're just, it's a lot to do. The only way I would disagree with you is people that are prone to psychotic breaks.
Yes.
Yeah, because there's an absolute genuine connection between people who have a slippery hold on reality and some experiences with psychedelics that lead them down that road.
That's true. It's a stressor, and like all stressors, it can precipitate a psychotic break. They've done pretty large-scale epidemiological analyses of psychedelic drug users versus the non-psychedelic drug using population, and the incidence of mental illness isn't any higher. So I don't think you can argue that psychedelics cause mental illness, but you can, in some measures and seems to actually reduce it in terms of things like alcoholism, substance abuse disorders. But it can be a stressor that would precipitate such an episode in a susceptible individual. And I had a very traumatic, formative experience myself where my best friend had a psychotic break while I was with him tripping. So I've seen this firsthand. I know exactly
Experiences to scream, yell, disassociate afterwards and become very strange and have a really hard time on the ground.
Yeah,
I've never seen someone have a complete psychotic break.
this was that. He never recovered. He never recovered. He was my best friend at the time. He never recovered.
So he was fine before the psychedelics.
Yes. But again, I typically don't tell that story in public because it could be misinterpreted as a scare story. It's impossible to prove the counterfactual. Would it have happened without psychedelics? Almost certainly, I can't say. All I know is that he took a very high dose of a psilocybin ester and had this episode, was hospitalized, and he was not the same afterwards. So I'm aware that this is something that happens, but it also typically happens in the early 20s, late teens, the same time that people typically have psychotic breaks and develop schizophrenia.
Yeah, the instances of schizophrenia in people who use cannabis are, cannabis in particular, but I don't know about other psychedelics, but I would imagine they're very similar. They're exactly the same as the incidences of schizophrenia in non-music populations. It's like 1%. 1% across the board seem to have issues with schizophrenia. And the real question is, how many of those people could, is it avoidable? Like, if your friend had never done that and instead had, become a marathon runner or something, found some other outlets for his energy, would he have never gone down that road? We don't know. It's impossible to say. I think it's very important to talk about that. And with further research, perhaps we could isolate genes, like they have for CTE. Now they can do an analysis of your genes and determine whether or not something like football would be a dangerous path for you because you have a higher probability of developing CTE. It would be wonderful if they figured out a way to do that with psilocybin or with cannabis or with anything else and be able to recognize the potential links to psychotic breaks, to a host of different mental disorders that could possibly be triggered by high doses.
Yes. This is one of so many things that needs to be done. And that's, everyone's very excited about all this clinical research that's happening right now. I'm excited about it as well. But on one level, it is very politically oriented research. The things that they're looking at have actually typically been done before, not all of it. But the aim is to firmly establish these things that have been known for a long time. Psilocybin occasions mystical type experience, or MDMA is useful for treating PTSD, or psilocybin has an anti-addictive effect. These are things that people have known for a little while, but now it's about proving it. But I'm really looking forward to getting deeper into these serious questions about exactly how these drugs interact with various subtypes of serotonin receptors, because I think that they're going to be very important tools for understanding consciousness as a whole.
Yeah, it would also be interesting knowing how they react to different diets. When people are eating certain types of foods that are bad for your body, I'd really be curious to see what kind of effect that has. When you have real large-scale research that goes over really important variables in terms of human health, and then you add in these different substances, psilocybin or cannabis or whatever it is, it's going to be interesting to see how the body reacts to these various perturbances, these various changes in your state.
Yeah, and that's traditionally these indigenous groups, the diet plays a big role in the way the drug is administered, and I think we're slowly rediscovering a lot of the things that have been known for tens, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of years in some of these indigenous groups. Have you had a chance to see any of my new show?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah. I think you'd like it.
I'm sure I like your old show.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better than the old show. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. But I had the opportunity to look at the way salvia is used in the mountains of Oaxaca, and Native American peyote use, and all these different things. And yeah, there's so much to be learned from all these traditions that are not reflected in the current clinical climate, because they can't be. But I think that's going to be a part of it, is slowly integrating these other alkaloids that are present in plants to see what role they play. In the same way that the initial medicalization of cannabis was marinol, which is just THC and sesame oil. But now there's increased understanding of these accessory cannabinoids modulate the THC, it's true for peyote and the iboga alkaloids, and probably for some cannabis found in mushrooms.
So when you're doing the show, have you had any problems? Have you had any pushback against what you're doing, or any issues with it being on Vice?
I've had an enormous amount of freedom. Ultimately, I have very, very little to complain about when it comes to censorship. There was the way the show got started, the actual TV show, is sort of an interesting story where they were starting up Viceland, and a producer who's now gone gave me this deck of drug stories that are going to do. They're all kind of terrible scare stories, like new drug promo dragonfly, it's killing teens, and new drug promo dragonfly. Yeah.
What's that?
It's a really fascinating compound development. It's kind of David E. who found that these conformationally constrained benzopyran amphetamine derivatives are like very high potency DOB derivatives. Anyway, it's a super potent psychedelic amphetamine that has a cool tricyclic structure. And it looks like a dragonfly. The molecule looks like a dragonfly, kind of.
And it's got very high.
It's super, super potent and very, very long lasting. So it lends itself to scare stories. People, it's a potent vasoconstrictor, so people take very high doses of it, and occasionally you have to amputate a finger or something like that. But again, this isn't because the drug is bad, it's because people used it irresponsibly, and this is something that people have so much difficulty understanding. We're so eager to blame drugs for all of our problems. Drugs have never hurt anyone. They're just inanimate constellations of carbon and hydrogen, nitrogen and oxygen. They don't jump out of their bags and vials and attack your serotonin receptors or dopamine transporter or anything like that. So it's just a weird pattern that we've done repeatedly over time. And I don't know if you read the new book by Paul and who's on the podcast.
I'm in it right now.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it is great.
But one thing that I thought was interesting about it is that he put a lot of the emphasis on the prohibition of psychedelics on Leary. And Leary almost certainly played a role, but I think it's slightly ironic that he's a journalist and didn't really go that deep into the role that journalists played in all of this, which was humongous. Journalists are sculptors of public opinion, and it became the standard way of reporting on any of these things to say that they're bad, to sensationalize it, and to not have any consideration for what that would do. Because anytime a journalist writes some scare story, they can really mess with drug policy in a serious way. It might seem like nothing. There's a bunch of people in Brooklyn, they overdosed on some obscure synthetic cannabinoid, AMB Fubinica. Who cares about AMB Fubinica? No big deal. Say that it turns people into zombies, and if it gets thrown into Schedule 1, who cares? Not a big deal. Well, that's a very short-sighted way of thinking about all of this, because that's exactly what happened with psychedelics. And then it's fun to sensationalize and talk about how dangerous it is at this moment. Doesn't mean that 10 years from now we're going to recognize that it has serious therapeutic potential. It would be a big mistake outlawing it. And I think a lot of that also comes from this sort of us versus them mentality that people have with cannabis is good, synthetic cannabinoids are bad. Well, synthetic cannabinoids don't have to be bad for cannabis to be good. Cannabis can be good without something else being bad to counterbalance it. You don't need to hate something to justify your love of cannabis. And this whole hatred of synthetic cannabinoids, I think, is totally misdirected, because these are products of prohibition that most people wouldn't even want to use in the first place. And when they do use them, they don't know what they're taking, they don't know what dose they're consuming. And so, of course, they're having a bad experience. If that would happen for almost any drug cabinet included, that people just consume enormous serious unmeasured doses without any idea what they were getting into. And so they're thrown into Schedule 1. What happens if 30 years from now, once the therapeutic potential of cannabinoids is being really seriously explored, we find out that AMD Frubinica that everyone was saying turned homeless people into zombies in Brooklyn in 2017 turns out to activate a certain subtype of CB1 receptor that's especially useful for Parkinson's disease or something like that. Then we're going to regret having done that. So I think people have to be very careful. Anytime you say anything negative about a drug, you have to be very, very careful because the implications can be enormous. I think that the best stance in all of this is to not speak ill of drugs, of any drug. Drugs are great.
Like a true drug enthusiast. But it's not a problem also with just what journalism is. It's like asking a comedian to talk about something but not make fun of it. It's what their job, in a certain sense, is to get people excited about things. And I don't know whether you'd say the lazy way out or the common approach is to say something that scares people. I mean, that's what clickbait is mostly about, either outrage or fear.
That's true. But there's a lot of richness in truth.
I agree, but it's hard to sell. It's hard to sell that
richness. It's hard to sell. I think that people are lazy, There's this idea that a lot of people have that, journalism is organized by some malevolent Murdoch type puppeteer who's telling everyone to, you go off and you say that cannabis causes car accidents. Right. You go off and you say this evil thing about this and say that alcohol is good.
Did you see when Alex Jones was on my podcast and got high with me? I'm drunk and high, and when he came up in his trial for his divorce, he said that George Soros he tests marijuana every year to see how much George Soros is influencing the levels of THC. That was his excuse.
But people love these ideas. They love the ideas of the puppeteer, the malevolent puppeteer, because it denies individual agency. But the reality, and I say this as a journalist who's worked at many different publications, not just Vice, and this is a difficult reality to swallow, is that people are free to say whatever they want most of the time. And that journalists choose to report on things this way.
Yeah, that is true, but it's also true that I've been a part of stories where I've talked to the author of it, and they said, well, this was manipulated by the editor. The editor manipulated the title, the change.
That's a great excuse.
Yeah, but it's true. Like, Rolling Stone did an article about me, and they called me a psychedelic warrior. And I said to the guy who wrote that, what the fuck is that? I was laughing. He goes, dude, I did not write that. Yeah. The editor gets a hold of it, tries to make it more salacious. It becomes something that's more likely for people to buy.
Right, and especially with the headlines. That is true. And the real problem is that this sort of outrage culture and comment culture that has emerged provides no incentive for truth. Because suppose someone were to write an article about this conversation we're having right now, and it could say Hamilton Morris says kratom should be illegal or something like that, then that will get so much more engagement because then you'll have all the people saying, fuck Hamilton. He's a traitor. How dare he say that it should be illegal, that it didn't watch it? And then you have other people arguing with those people saying, well, listen to the interview. Hey, he actually never said anything about that. And listen carefully to what he was saying. And then you create this whole engagement, a bigger engagement for doing the wrong thing than you get for doing the right thing.
True, but the initial statement is much stickier. The initial statement of Hamilton Morris is a bad guy because he thinks kratom should be illegal or kratom should be illegal. That is what more people are going to pay attention to. Far less people read the retraction than read the initial article. This is one of the more insidious things about printing things that are patently untrue purposely. That people do things that are untrue with the caveat that they can just print a retraction that maybe 30% of the people that read the original article are going to read. The initial imprint is what's going to stick with people. Even if someone calls you a rapist, okay, and then it turns out the person who called you a rapist was lying. The people who heard you were a rapist first, they still have that in their head. Oh, he's a rapist. I heard he's a rapist. Right. It's very difficult to get slippery ideas out of people's heads. So if somebody writes some article saying that you're against the legalization of certain drugs, and they start looking at you as being compromised, the influence that people have today can't be understated because the reach is so powerful. The reach of any article, any video, it's so significantly greater than any other sort of distribution of information in the history of human beings. And the potential for it impacting large groups of people is so huge now.
Yes. And this is the result of that is also that the viewers have a lot of power. And I think that in some sense they don't quite recognize the nature of that power. It's like voting with your dollar. If you spend all of your time commenting hatefully on things you don't like, you are actively encouraging the production of more of that thing that you don't like. If you like something, you need to engage with what you approve of more, because every time you engage with something you dislike, advertisements are sold, and it has been incentivized to do that bad thing. And that's a really sticky thing when we have this culture where everyone loves to show their outrage and virtue signal and show that they're on the right side and all this stuff constantly to say, hey, step back. You're just feeding the problem.
Yeah. I think there's also a problem with a lot of what people are doing during the day is something they don't want to do. A lot of what people are doing is some job that they don't enjoy, and during that job, they have freedom to go online. And in this state of feeling like shit about what they're doing, they enjoy complaining about stuff. And so they'll read things, and type things, and get engaged in things, and there's some sort of a sport to getting pissed off about stuff. Instead of just spending your time doing things you actually enjoy. It seems so simple. It sounds like a simple solution. But if you can figure out a way to actively ignore things that are going to piss you off and seek out things that are going to excite you and intrigue you, you're going to be a healthier, happier person. And isn't that ultimately what everybody wants? I want to be happier. Don't you want to be happier? Well, why do we seek out shit that pisses us off?
Because it becomes a sort of addiction.
Yes.
It's drug-like in and of itself. And I see it in these arguments. These people are frittering away their finite time on Earth, engaged in these endless comment battles that no one reads. And it's a very dark reality, but it is also something that's driving the current culture of journalism where the truth doesn't matter.
About drugs being inanimate objects and drugs would actually kill people. It's so funny how drug enthusiasts parallel gun enthusiasts with their arguments. It's really the same freedom argument.
And it's really, I'm in an interesting perspective because I live in New York. I'm like just a dirty guy that doesn't.
Let me guess. You live in Williamsburg.
I do. Yes, yeah. Big surprise. Well, that's where the office I live close to the office I work at. But I have no interest in guns. I'm not. So it's really easy for me to say, well, look, there was this shooting, and all these people died, and this other guy got shot, and these things are really causing a lot of problems. Let's get rid of it because it doesn't impact me. And that's where you have to be most careful, because the worst thing you can possibly do is make judgments about how other people should conduct their lives based on your own preferences, which people do all the time. So you hear someone say, well, I don't like cannabis. I don't like cannabis. I don't smoke it. Why should it be legal? Because people go to prison for it, because it ruins people's lives who aren't your own, and you have to think about people that aren't you. And so it's very difficult when it comes to gun control issues, because I'm faced with that exact same issue, where it would be so easy for me to say, get rid of them all. It doesn't impact me. I don't like guns. But I don't want to fall into that same trap.
Yeah, it is a trap. And it also sort of highlights how slippery life is in general. That these absolutes that we look for, these ones and zeros, they don't necessarily exist in a lot of subjects. There's a lot of people that have done bad things that have also done great things. And that gets weird too. Just human beings in general, we're complex creatures. And to just categorize something as negative or positive, there's a lot of positive things that you can find with drugs. There's a lot of negative things you can find with drugs too. And they mirror human behavior. There's a lot of positive and negatives in human behavior.
Yes. And back to this journalistic issue in the coverage of drugs. I mean, one thing that worries me about the way cannabis and kratom and psychedelics are presented is that it's always couched in they're safe, they're therapeutic, they're spiritual, they're historical. But that isn't the point. Even if all those things are true and there's some debate, eventually someone will find a chink in that armor. Someone will die. Maybe haven't been used as long as you thought they were used. maybe they don't always work therapeutically. So then what? Could go back to prohibition? No, that's why I think you need to emphasize cognitive liberty. You need to emphasize people's right to explore these alternate states of consciousness, regardless of whether or not they're therapeutic or safe or traditional or spiritual. The point isn't that it's safe or any of these other things. The point is that if you want to live in a free society, you have to be allowed to take a certain amount of risk.
Yeah, that's a big point. That's a very big point. And I think it really fits well with your description of the things that people are allowed to do that are legal, that are very dangerous, like race car driving, bungee jumping, all these things that we just allow them to do. We don't think twice about it. Using a parachute, all that crazy shit. Just openly, nobody's saying, hey, we should ban skydiving. There's no one saying that. Fucking a lot of people die skydiving, man. It's a fucking dangerous pursuit. We don't seem to care. We seem to care about drugs because we think that somehow or another, either our children or someone we know is going to be insidiously infected with these things. They're going to get into their life and fuck them up. And I think the real problem with that is education. That's the real problem with that. I was extremely fortunate in a weird way to see someone with a cocaine addiction when I was in high school. It was a good friend's cousin who got really fucked up on cocaine. He was a couple of years older than me, and I watched his life fall apart. And I remember thinking when I was little, wow, I don't want to touch that shit. Cocaine's fucking terrible. And then from then on, I've never done cocaine. But it's because of that education. Because it was, and I think real education is it's a fucking tough thing because you don't really just get it from knowing information. You have to see things. You have to talk to people. You have to experience things on your own. If someone talks about psychedelics, someone teaches about psychedelics, but they have no experience in actual psychedelic states personally, it's a very hollow conversation. It's like a certain amount of education.
Determinism. I had a friend that was very, very, very seriously addicted to cocaine and had resources to do immense quantities every single day. And he'd always say, well, if I try heroin, I know it's all for me. I know that will be the last straw, so I'm never touching that stuff. And he didn't. But my own perspective, I've essentially tried everything. And if you really just think about these things, you can actually learn. For example, I've tried heroin once. I didn't think it was that interesting.
Did you do it in Czech?
No. I snorted it.
Yeah. What was it like?
It was boring, I think.
Boring?
Yeah. I don't think opiates are very interesting drugs psychologically. If I were to be totally honest, I think cannabis is more euphoric and has so few side effects. Opiates cause horrible constipation, they cause all kinds of weird sweating problems. I think they're especially pleasant drugs, but they're romanticized so much in our culture that people think that's it. Heroin, the ultimate high. Well, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not even that great at all. Maybe it's garbage, and it doesn't even matter. That's the same way I feel about snorting cocaine. I don't even think it's a good drug. It's not an issue of it's so addictive. You've got to stay away from it because it's so damn good. It's not good. It's not even an enjoyable high. It has a short duration. You then feel bad almost immediately afterwards. It's a flawed substance. Same is true of alcohol, I think, as well. Alcohol is a crazily flawed molecule. It's terrible. No other drug that I can think of causes a hangover of that type, where there's a toxic metabolite that poisons you the following day.
Dr. Carl Hart was trying to explain to me what that is, and essentially he was saying that when you're getting a hangover, it's your body reacting to the addictive properties of alcohol. That you're getting addicted to alcohol almost immediately. That your body is compensating for that, and then this hangover is not just you being dehydrated; it's also your body withdrawing from alcohol.
I am not familiar with the evidence for that.
Do you know who he is, Dr.
Of course,
Carl?
yeah. Actually, I tried to get into it for him when I first
Love that guy.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for him. But I mean, there's I look at the source for that.
You don't look at the way I described it because I probably wouldn't.
Okay, but there's an alternate explanation that's even simpler, which is simply that alcohol is metabolized into chemical acetaldehyde that's toxic. So, and with alcohol, it's a very, very weak drug by weight. You're consuming insane amounts in terms of the number of molecules. You're consuming insane quantities of the drug. So, all of this acetaldehyde accumulates in your body and has a directly toxic effect.
Is there a way to counteract that, mitigate the effects?
Yes, there are proposed ways to do it. I haven't experimented with any of it myself because I don't really like alcohol that much to begin with.
Isn't glutathione? That's something to process it more easily.
It would have to be something that prevents this specific conversion, and I don't know off the top of my head.
What about crocodile? You ever fuck with that stuff?
This is another perfect example. So you take a drug like crocodile, and it sounds horrible.
It's the internet's drug.
Yeah,
Fear drug.
yeah, people are behind every scare story. There's nothing.
Explain what that is.
Okay, so there's a scare story that I believe it was in Moscow, somewhere in Russia, and this was hitting the news around 2004. No, much later, 2010, something like that. I don't know. And the idea was that this is the worst stuff. It's ultra addictive. You inject it, and then you lose a limb, and you have profound necrosis all around the injection site. And this is the worst drug, most addictive drug of all time. Well, the drug itself is called desomorphine, and it's been used medicinally. There's nothing especially addictive or dangerous at all about desomorphine. The problem is that people were injecting completely impure reaction mixtures that had all of the components from the synthesis that hadn't been removed, including phosphorus, which is immensely toxic. So you have people basically reporting on IV phosphorus toxicity as if it were a result of this drug, when it's a completely separate issue. And this is what you see when you look at all of these things. It's never the drug. Any drug scare story, it's never the drug. You always have to look for the root cause because it's never the drug. There's never been a drug in history. And that is why, if you look at the DEA's list of controlled substances, it's not dangerous drugs that are controlled. It's enjoyable drugs. Something like tetrodotoxin, the chemical in pufferfish, that's not a controlled substance. There's some regulations in terms of how much you can purchase, but it's not a controlled substance. Serotoxin, the most potent known neurotoxin, it's not a controlled substance. Mercuric chloride is a controlled substance. All of the deadly poisons, cyanide is a controlled substance. It's not about what's safe and what's dangerous. It's about what people like to use, what's enjoyable.
What is the
I think it's a puritanical idea that any sort of euphoria is bad, and euphoria is listed as a side effect in some medications. We assume that it's a bad thing.
With diarrhea? It's like euphoria, diarrhea. Yeah, that is a strange thing. Like it's gonna cut back productivity, make you lazy, well, just become a burden on society. That's a common way of describing this drug.
Sure, and this fundamental idea that sobriety is good.
Yeah.
So you look on Instagram, people post a selfie and say, 6 months sober, guys, thank you so much, and tons of congratulations, because it's a virtue, because you accomplished something, you're not using drugs.
Yeah.
Whereas in other cultures, that would not be the case. People would just say, oh, you decided not to work with a certain medicine. That's an interesting choice, not an accomplishment.
Who was it saying? Was it Kyle Kingsbury that was saying that how much he hates the term plant medicine, or was it Dennis? I think it was Kyle. You don't like the term plant medicine, do you?
I don't know. Well,
it's a weird sort of pretentious.
Yes, I know what people call ayahuasca medicine or things like that. Yeah, or toad medicine. I mean, I wouldn't.
You don't hate it.
A lot of these like more flowery terms like infusion, I just don't use them myself, but I don't hate it.
Well, I think people like you are very important. I'm a big fan. But I think one of the reasons why you're important is you are a cognizant of real drugs. Like you understand what they actually do. You could explain them to the layman, or you could debate them with someone who was a doctor, perhaps, that wanted to talk about the dangers of it. You understand all the various aspects of it. I think there's a tremendous amount of ignorance when it comes to drugs, drug consumption. What is a drug? I mean, how many times have you seen a person with beer in their hand smoking cigarettes and smoking drugs? It is so fucking stupid, but it's so common. There's this very, very and we've done a drug industry with various substances, but there's so much stigma attached to it. And one of the things I've been doing, like on stage, I'll ask people, how many people get piss tested at work? It's fucking stunning. It's stunning. It's like more than 10% of the audience will raise their hand. Like 1 out of 10 people gets their body tested to make sure that while they're not working there, they're not putting anything in their body that's prohibited.
Which is such a horrible invasion of privacy thing. It became so popular that in the 80s, during one presidential election, all the candidates voluntarily had their urine tested to prove that they were sober. I mean, this is like truly considered a virtue, and it's immensely invasive. I say this as someone who's analyzed my own urine in a laboratory before, and it's like a strange portal into your own life that you're showing to a stranger. Everything that you consume is then apparent there.
Yeah.
And it's a huge invasion of privacy that we've just decided is acceptable. You have to be very careful about these things.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And, of course, the synthetic cannabinoid epidemic, if you want to call it that, I actually don't want to call it that because I hate even the idea of a drug epidemic, but the popularity of synthetic cannabinoids is largely driven by the fact that they didn't show up on these urine tests. So initially it was the military, then it was people who were on parole or probation, people who were living hard lives, wanted to get high, couldn't get high. This was a way that they could do it. And so they incentivized people who just wanted to smoke weed using completely untested synthetic cannabinoids instead as a direct result of these urine tests.
Well, it's also just a complete misunderstanding when it comes to the actual effects and how long they last. You're not even testing a person's conscious state. You're testing whether or not a person's altered their state of consciousness outside of their working time. It's not like you show up and they can scan your hand and realize that you're high on marijuana right now. It's not what they're doing. What they're doing is they're testing you for something that can linger in your body for weeks after the psychoactive effects, long as it's gone.
Oh yeah, or even the result of passive exposure. There was a great scientific article that came out a couple of years ago where they found that just passive exposure to cannabis smoke contaminates your hair with THC, so that all these people who had hair tests who actually had not smoked cannabis, but it sounds like an excuse now, it's just in a room, someone else is doing it, just being in contact with someone who smoked cannabis, but then deposit THC in your hair and cause you to test positive. So these tests aren't even necessarily reliable. This is the same problem. There was a kind of trend a little while ago, I don't know if you saw about this, where people get urine tested for to quantify the levels of neurotransmitter metabolites in their urine. This was supposed to be like a fingerprint of your mood, so they quantify the level of serotonin, dopamine, GABA, whatever. And then they say, oh, you're a little low on serotonin, you're pretty depressed, actually, you need to supplement some 5-HTP or something like that. It's a very reductive way to view our consciousness. But the main issue is that you're not testing in your brain, you're testing your urine, and a lot of these neurotransmitters are biosynthesized in the periphery. So just because you have these neurotransmitters in your urine doesn't mean they were ever in your brain. It doesn't say anything about anything.
So it's so juvenile. It's such a piss poor way of maintaining order, checking people's consciousness. What you should do is judge people based on their productivity. If I have some guy and he shows up work and he kicks ass every day, I'm like, dude, what's your secret? He's like, get high before work. It's great. I feel good. Having a good time at work. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Putting everything in order. It just feels good. Like, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, that's how it should be. We should be judged based on whether or not whatever we're doing is, I guess the real caveat to that would be people that do speed. Yeah. You can get pretty productive for a short period of time doing speed, but I think the downside of that, there's so many people that are on Adderall today, right? What are your feelings on that?
I think that it's a very interesting issue because, people will now, kind of popular thing to say is, Adderall is one carbon away from meth. But here's the flip side. Meth is one carbon away from Adderall. So this whole idea that meth, again, back to pharmacological determinism, that meth is a drug that turns you into a toothless, insane, white trash guy who's stabbed at the walls with a cleaver looking for people that are hiding, whispering secret messages or something like that. Like, this is just a stereotype that we have created. Of course, there are people like that, but the reality is that these stimulants have ambiguous potential for all sorts of things. Some people use low doses of methamphetamine. In fact, methamphetamine is Schedule 2 because to this day it can be and is prescribed as a treatment for ADHD in addition to amphetamine, which is fentanyl.
What do they call it when they prescribe it?
Gasoxin is the brand name for methamphetamine, and Adderall is the brand name for amphetamine. And I've tried both drugs, both amphetamine and methamphetamine. They're very, very similar drugs. And that's not to say that either are good or bad. It's just a factual statement that if in a double-blind, placebo-controlled, not even placebo-controlled, just a double-blind trial, I
It can treat ADHD. It can also help with these patients. Yeah. Did you know that there's a lot of people that think Trump is on diet?
Oh yeah, on a diethylpropane.
Yeah. And then it used to be one of the elements of
Fentanyl.
Yeah. Well, there was some journalist that even talked about that when we received this. What do you say, Jim?
I read messages about that journalist.
Sketchy. Yeah.
But even if you were on a diethylpropane, then fluoridine, fentanyl, what? You know,
The question is his judgment compromised because he's hopped up on speed?
his judgment seems compromised. Regardless,
Is that why?
no, probably not.
But it could be why he gets so much shit done. I mean, remember when during you just don't want to compliment him, and I understand that.
No, that's not why. It's this idea that there's a certain exculpatory value that drugs have. People make the same arguments about Hitler. Like Hitler was just high on speed, that explains it. The Nazis were just high on speed, that explains it. But what value does it really have? The same thing with the anti-4 and say, oh, no drugs were found in the system post-mortem. So what? What if they had been? Then what?
Well, the idea is that he might have been experiencing a fucked up state of mind because of some drug that made him make a poor choice to take his own life.
You wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know why he did it. Is that what you're saying?
It wouldn't explain anything really, because you still wouldn't know his internal state. It would just be your projecting an assumption. So what if there were a small amount of heroin in his blood at the time of his death? Then you would assume that he had relapsed, was so ashamed of his relapse that he then decided to kill himself. But the reality is, we can't make those sorts of assessments. We don't know other people's internal states. We don't even know what these things do to other people.
We don't, but we do know that some things like Abilify and some other SSRIs, even some anti-anxiety medication, have been strongly linked to suicidal thoughts. In fact, there are actually listed as some side effects for a lot of these drugs.
Yeah.
We think that's worth considering, and it's something to be discussed.
It's worth considering, but I would be careful about assigning too much value to it, which is what people tend to do. The same thing with Columbine. They say, oh, he's on this or that antidepressant. That's why. Is it why? Does it really explain it? Because there's a hell of a lot of people that take those same drugs and don't kill all of their classmates.
Right. For sure. But it also could be a family. And this is not something that I think we should avoid considering. I think it should be discussed. But yes, I agree with you. But I think we're trying to look at things binary, right? We're looking at things in terms of like on or off, black or white, one or zero. And I just don't think drugs work that way.
No.
And I think, the speed thing is curious to me because one of the side effects of these drugs is impulsive, irrational behavior and extreme confidence in oneself. Yeah, this is right. This is what we always think of people that are hopped up on speed. People that have coke confidence. Coke confidence is a real phenomenon. People do cocaine, they feel very confident about themselves. They say ridiculous shit to people. But the question is that really what's happening? If I give coke to you, would you start acting irrationally, feeling extremely confident in yourself? Or is it just accentuating a problem that already exists in the person's personality?
He has been using this stuff for decades, tolerant to it, and it's not, I don't think it would explain his behavior.
Well, I think it's giving him energy.
He's been like this for so long.
Yeah.
So it's a long history of this sort of behavior.
Well, this was what the journalist talked to Reed Pharmacy in New York, where he described where he got the prescription filled.
People are doing the same thing with finasteride as well, though, and I found that particularly obnoxious.
Finasteride is
Alopecia. So they're saying, oh, he's on finasteride, and that explains, his affair, or that explains this, because this or that's your libido. And again, it's like, I don't know, or not at all. Or let's give him some credit for being a human being with free will that makes choices on his own that aren't entirely mediated by what pharmaceuticals he uses.
Well, finasteride also has side effects of depression. We went over this yesterday with my friend Ari, who was really depressed at one point in time, who coincided with his use of finasteride.
Right. Yeah, I've seen it. It's not very common. It does occur. It's not common.
We offer comfort.
No.
Oh, well, I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm one of the lucky ones to jump off a bridge, get my hair pulled back.
But the reason that I'm so opinionated about this particular issue is because you see it time and time again. It never stops. Like the Jeffrey McDonald murder case.
No, I'm
It's
not.
super fascinating. You probably read about it, forgotten about it. It was a big thing in 1970. He was this military doctor, was credentialed, the perfect man, did everything right, perfect family, everything beautiful. And then one night he goes to sleep and claims that it's right after the Manson murders, claims that these hippies walking into the house saying, "Kill the pigs, asses groovy, kill the pigs, asses groovy," and then just brutally massacre his entire family. And
Out of nowhere.
yes. And it's a long and complicated story, but he went to prison. I don't think that he is guilty, but people had to find an explanation for why.
You don't think he's guilty?
I don't think he's guilty. He had no motive, and the investigation was botched. And
So you think someone came into his house and did that?
Yes.
He was accused of it.
yes, but because he had no motive, people had to construct a motive. They had to concoct a reason that this doctor would have murdered his entire family. And so, what's a good reason? Oh, amphetamine. He'd been using this amphetamine-containing diet pill, so that explains it all, right? But it doesn't. It's a terrible explanation. People use amphetamine all the time without killing their family. So I just want to be very careful about, do these things play a role in human behavior? Of course they do. Do they determine human behavior? No.
That's a very good point. There's a lot of factors. It's messy. Being a person is messy.
It's very complicated.
I mean, you're a different person at noon than you are at 7 p.m. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's so complicated. And the more limitations we put on research and the more stigma we put on the use of these things, the more murky
Appreciate the extent to which all these drugs have been made illegal. Of course, everyone's from cannabis is Schedule 1 LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, but the list is long. It's hundreds and hundreds of chemicals, and a lot of these chemicals are chemicals with no supporters. No one's fighting for them. There's a substance called 2CN, one of Sheldon's creations. They just threw it in Schedule 1. No one uses it. If you scour the internet, I'd be surprised if you can find 3 reports of people using 2CN. Totally unheard of. But they just throw it in Schedule 1 because why the hell not? No one's going to stand up for it. That's the end of 2CN.
They miss a lot of shit too, right? Like they miss 5-methoxytime. They missed that.
It was illegal in 2011.
Right. Yeah, for 1970, when everything else got thrown into the mix, they did it illegal. I bought that shit. I used to be able to buy it online.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, it was crazy. If you buy a fucking jug of it, they get the whole city high.
Yeah.
Buy it online.
Yeah, because it was never popular.
So how do they make it illegal? How do they do that?
They don't need any reason. They can simply say that it has abuse potential and make it illegal, and if no one opposes it, then it becomes illegal. That's how this list has gotten so long. We have all these people fighting for the legality of cannabis, these other substances that are known to have their potential, these other more obscure substances that are really only concerned to scientists who are very seriously disinclined to break the law for the sake of their research. Drug users don't care about breaking the law. Scientists are very unlikely because the whole purpose of science is to publish. You can't publish if you committed a crime and then dramatically limited by the prohibition of these substances. And it's the obscure ones that end up actually making a big difference, not so much clinically, but in terms of actually understanding the mechanism of these substances, the structure activity relationships, the neuropharmacology.
Yeah, the stigma on psychedelic use and even studying them has led so many doctors or scientists, researchers that would be inclined to want to do research on these particular things. They avoid them because it can be incredibly damaging to their careers.
And it's bureaucratic. I mean, there was a group at Columbia that was doing fascinating research on the drug ibogaine and Parkinson's disease. And I was speaking with the head of the study, and he was saying how obnoxious day and monitors logs. This guy is a really serious researcher. He's not going to, if you were to get high, he's not going to get high on this tiny supply of government mandated or government sanctioned ibogaine that was supplied to him. But they give these people a really hard time. They would buy very expensive safe. They do all this stuff that these are the last people to abuse the substances, and they are the ones that are hurt the most severely, except for, of course, the people who put in prison. They're the ones that are hurt the most severely.
It's a crazy thing to think that people recreational use ibogaine. That's one of the weirder ones.
Oh, it's totally bizarre. Yeah, and ibogaine is a drug with so much potential. For those people that are aware of ibogaine, it's typically only discussed as a drug that treats addiction to opioids, which is very, very important, especially now. But that's the tip of the iceberg of ibogaine. It has one of the most complex pharmacologies of any drug I've ever studied. There's almost nothing it does not do. I mean, it's, you have the alpha-3 beta-4 nicotine acetylcholine receptor, which is also the target for Wellbutrin, has a smoking cessation anti-addictive effect. Then you have really high affinity relative to the other receptors, the NMDA receptor, so that's a ketamine type effect. It has a classical psychedelic effect with the 5-HT2A receptor. It's a dopamine reuptake inhibitor, serotonin reuptake inhibitor. It just goes on, and then it releases this protein GDNF, which is considered one of the most important proteins in treatment of Parkinson's disease. It's one of the only things that is able to cause regrowth of dopaminergic neurons in Parkinson's. So this is like really fascinating stuff. It's just in Schedule 1. Scientists can't work with it. It's a tragedy.
It's a tragedy. And it's also so effective. I know so many people who've gone to Mexico and gone to these clinics and done one ibogaine session for 24 hours and come out of it a totally different person. Come out of it with a complete new perspective on even why they were using whatever they were using in the first place. In a way that didn't, not only is it also allows you to re-examine why you went down that road in the first place.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there was a sort of pharmaceutical push to develop non-psychedelic derivatives of ibogaine that would retain the anti-addictive properties, which sounds like a good idea in theory. But so they created this drug called 18-MC, and it wasn't psychedelic, but it also lacked some of these neurotrophic factor releasing properties of ibogaine. But really, the bottom line is that we shouldn't deny the fact that the psychedelic activity of these substances is therapeutic, psychotherapeutic in and of itself. I had a friend who was severely addicted to heroin, and he traveled to the Netherlands to take ibogaine, and took the drug, was going, and started looking through his bags to see if he somehow had forgotten about a little bit of heroin that could just get him through the day. And he goes into his bag and then finds a small bag of heroin and snorts it, and then it's like, I traveled all the way to the Netherlands to do this. This was I'm a failure. I'm relapsing after all this money, all this work. I have no self-control. I'm a terrible, terrible person. Why can't I just stop? And then realize that the whole thing was a hallucination. There was no heroin. He hallucinated his own relapse.
What was your experience with that?
I've never taken high doses. The most I've ever taken is 50 milligrams.
What's an effective dose?
It really depends. There's a sort of move toward microdosing ibogaine because it actually does have a cardiotoxic effect, especially at higher doses. So people are looking into ways of reducing the cardiotoxicity by using it at lower doses for longer periods of time. Again, this is something that has to do with prohibition, because in this prohibition market, if you go to heroin, you go to Mexico, you go to Canada, and you go to an ibogaine clinic, you need to get as much bang for your buck as quickly as possible. You're not going to stay there for 2 months of treatment, because most people have lives and can't afford to do that. So what do? They can do what's called a flood dose. It's a massive dose, often a multi-gram dose of ibogaine. It's just like a sledgehammer that knocks you down and allows you to get out of it. But is that the best way? That's the fastest way. That's the most appetizing way for someone that had to travel to do it. But is it the best? Probably not, because we know that at high doses, it has this potential to induce cardiac arrhythmias, and that can kill and has killed. So people are looking at lower doses over longer periods of time, which would be ideal if it were legal in the United States, I believe.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. It's a really interesting one because it's got such a long history of use, and so many people have had these very good experiences with getting off of addictive drugs from it.
Oh yeah.
And so relatively unknown as well. It's something that, talk to someone like you, and of course you know about it. I bet if we walked down the street and asked 100 people, I'd be shocked if one of them knew about it.
Yeah. And Terrence McKenna would sometimes talk about psilocybin as an invention of mushrooms, or as technology, or as being synthetic. And I don't really agree with that idea. But
An invention of mushrooms.
or you even sort of say that this is as synthetic as a Coca-Cola bottle. This is like alien technology. That's how you would describe psilocybin. But in my opinion, it's it's a pretty simple derivative of tryptophan, just decarboxylate ethylene with nitrogen twice, and some phosphate ester. But ibogaine, that's a crazy molecule. That's like a three-dimensional thing that no medicinal chemist would have ever discovered. That it was, not to sound mystical, but that strikes me as some sort of plant technology. I mean, it's an amazingly complicated structure. It's so complicated that it's almost impossible to synthesize. In fact, it can't be synthesized commercially. All the ibogaine that people use has to be extracted from plants because it's the only way to get it.
I first found out about it when Hunter S. Thompson accused Ed Muskie of being on it during the presidential race of, was it 1970 or whatever it was. That was a hilarious moment, and a lot of people, I think, were introduced to what ibogaine was by that. It was a Brazilian witch doctor who flown in. No, it doesn't even make sense. It's also it was hilarious when he was on the Dick Cavett show and they asked him about spreading those rumors. And he's like, well, there was rumor that he was doing this ibogaine, and I know because I started the rumor. I just reported factually there was a rumor. Yeah. It's, there's a lot of these drugs that get put into various categories, and ibogaine is one of the very few. It really isn't in any category in terms of like modern culture, the way we discuss and consider these things.
Well, it's very different pharmacologically. But the Hunter S. Thompson story is really interesting because it's obviously a very charming, funny story, and I'd have to know exactly what it happened relative to the schedule ibogaine. That might be an example of how it's a frivolous joke that most people enjoy, told in the wrong climate, can result in the loss of a chemical that could be, save tens of thousands of lives. It could be a treatment for Parkinson's disease. This is the responsibility that journalists have. It's more responsibility than I think they'd like to have often. But that's the truth. You make a joke about ibogaine, next thing you know, it's in Schedule 1. Maybe you make a joke afterwards, but if you didn't, you have to wonder, because that was one of the first major mentions of ibogaine in the popular press. And the same is true of, there was a Rolling Stone scare article that came out a while ago. And it's the same deal with this drug 2CT7. They do a whole story about this teenager who took too much, and it's 2CT7, and it can kill you with just a little pile of powder or whatever. And then the drug is made Schedule 1. Shulgin worked on psychedelics. Alexander Shulgin, a great medicinal chemist who spent his entire life studying psychedelics, considered this one of his 6 greatest creations of his entire career. Squashed by a single stupid story in Rolling Stone. That's how easily it happens.
Now, was the story stupid? I mean, did it have any basis in fact?
An editor at Rolling Stone told me that there were factual errors in it, and there's something weird about it. But yes, people did die. Because yes, people die from using drugs occasionally. To deny that would be to lie. But that doesn't mean that they don't have therapeutic activity. It doesn't mean that it should be illegal.
One of the ones that disturbs me the most is fentanyl. Fentanyl, I don't even
What up,
understand why.
Rogonauts? It's your favorite rabbi here, Rabbi Rothschild. We are watching currently episode 1136, starring Hamilton Morris of the Joe Rogan Experience. Come to the Discord and check it out, yo.
I found it. It's kills.
Yeah.
Tom Petty, David Bowie. Was Bowie on? I'm not sure. Prince.
Yeah.
There's quite a few great people who lost to this stuff.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but again, fentanyl is not the problem. The problem is people taking it, and the problem is lack of access to safer opioids and lack of education surrounding fentanyl because it doesn't even really have desirable properties. One thing that people always talk about the potency effects, but one thing that they don't often talk about is the duration. It's a very, very short duration opioid, which necessitates compulsive, constant redosing. If you're addicted to fentanyl, unless you're doing transdermal patch or something like that, you typically can't make it through a single night without having to redose because the duration is so short. The formulations like a lollipop that you suck or a patch. But anyway, it's not a drug that's well suited to street use. The therapeutic index is too narrow. Its duration is too short. It has a medical purpose that it works very well for. It shouldn't be used as a heroin replacement, but the economic reality is that you have to make heroin from opium. Opium has to come from the place where poppies are grown. That's a whole process. Whereas fentanyl can be made by one guy somewhere. And the profit margin on fentanyl is so much greater that there's enormous economic incentive. And the first chemist, this guy that was sort of a friend of mine that died, to do it, considered it a good thing to do. That's the complexity that you have to recognize. It's so easy to say that all these people are so bad, but often you don't know what's going to happen until it happens. His idea was that one of the major burdens of being addicted to heroin is that you can't afford it. It's really expensive. So by substituting this relatively inexpensive material, the price of heroin would go down. This financial burden associated with opioid addiction would be reduced. It would actually improve the quality of life of the users and could even be more pure, potentially safer material if you look at certain literature. Of course, that's not what happened. Many people died and he went to prison as a result of it.
Did he really?
Yes.
Why did he go to prison?
Because people died and it was traced back to him.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he wasn't doing this and it was sanctioned.
No, he was a clandestine chemist. His name was George Mark. Weird guy.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. But anyway, you just don't know. You don't know what's going to happen until it happens. Of course, the legendary story that heroin was introduced by Bayer as a non-addictive alternative to morphine. They probably did think that was the case at the beginning, but history has shown that that's not the case. That's one of the problems with introducing any drug to a large population. You simply don't know. And it's also one of the things that I find most interesting in perhaps a silver lining in this whole synthetic cannabinoid narrative that's been playing out over the last decade is you can say, oh, it's terrible, people should just smoke cannabis. We're learning so much about what cannabinoid receptor agonists can do that we would have never learned if it weren't for the widespread use of synthetic cannabinoids. Just for instance, it is possible for high potency cannabinoid receptor agonists to kill you. That's a big one. We didn't know that until recently. That they can be addictive. We didn't know that.
What are they using? What is it?
It's an impressively diverse array of chemicals. It started out with a drug called CP55940. It was CP, they call it PN-glycine-hexanol now, and then JWH73, JWH210, and on and on and on. And then just branched like a giant cannabinoid fractal in every imaginable direction. And a lot of these compounds, they were patented by various pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer for therapeutic purposes. Again, this wasn't some level of chemist who was cackling and saying, ha ha ha, I figured out the most addictive thing possible. They were just looking to see what looks pretty potent and reasonably safe. Okay, we'll make that, we'll sell it. And I've spoken with the chemists that actually were behind a lot of these operations. Again, not bad guys necessarily. They typically people believe that what they're doing has a justification, very euphoric and compare favorably to cannabis, and in certain measures might be superior. That doesn't mean they're safer. It just means that there's something very desirable. And if you deny that, then you neglect to understand why people use them in the first place, which is that they make you feel good. So that's part of it. But then the other things that in urine testing, people wanting to be able to get high without breaking the law, low cost. There's a lot of motivations for doing this. And as it played out, people died, people became addicted, and random things that no one ever expected occurred. We learned there's another silver lining. I'm sure you're familiar with cannabis hyperemesis syndrome.
No, I'm not.
This bizarre pattern that certain people that smoke all day, every day, it started showing up in the medical literature about a decade ago. Smoke all day, every day, and they start getting very, very nauseous and start vomiting, and the only thing they can do for vomiting is a hot shower. So really weird. So all these people are showing up in emergency rooms when they run out of hot water, saying like, I need some kind of, I need some help or something. Like, I don't know what's going on. The condition resolves itself very rapidly as soon as you stop smoking cannabis. So it's not hard to treat. You just can't smoke weed anymore. But no one knew what caused it and why it was happening now after thousands of years of human cannabis interaction. Why now for the first time in history? And the answer is that people are smoking more weed now than ever before. The levels of THC ingestion with dabbing and high-potency strains are just higher for some people. It's much higher than it's ever been in the past. But then the question is, what is causing it? Is it the cannabis itself? Is it fertilizers, pesticide? What is responsible for this? And it wasn't until people using synthetic cannabinoids began to experience the same constellation of symptoms that they realized that this is an intrinsic property of certain cannabinoid receptor agonists. So it's something you can learn from all of this, that it wasn't pesticide, it wasn't some kind of fungus or something like that. This is something that happens with prolonged high dose use of cannabinoids. There's all sorts of other lessons that can be learned.
Is that an issue with cannabis use, pesticides? Have you ever heard of people having real problems?
Historically, it was certainly paraquat pot.
Yeah, what's that?
Paraquat is one of many misguided attempts to prevent people from using drugs. They started spraying all of the cannabis that was grown in Mexico with this ultra toxic herbicide called paraquat. And this is a drug that induces Parkinson's disease when you're exposed to it, like really seriously nasty stuff, no joke. And so the idea was if you poison all of the cannabis and create this widespread fear that whatever you're smoking might contain paraquat, maybe people will use it less. And luckily, paraquat doesn't have a lot of thermostability. It's sort of denatured by the heat of smoking, so it's argued that people were not actually exposed to it who smoked it. But still, this is a horrendous thing for the government to have done. They did the same thing during alcohol prohibition, by the way. They would poison alcohol. I mean, that's the extent of poison people to prevent them from getting high. But that's a reality. But now, in turn, there's obviously a move toward organic gardening, things like that. So I wouldn't know. Oh, and there was actually a big controversy in Colorado with the pesticide called glyphosate was used to potentially replace
Well, I would worry about that with large scale production. It's commercially viable. The point where someone like R.J. Reynolds gets into the mix, starts growing enormous marijuana plantations.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a concern with all the food that we eat as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
What is interesting to you now? Like, is there anything that's coming up, or some new thing that people might not be aware of that might be fascinating to you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in everything. I love the history. I love. I did a piece in this last season of my TV show where I traced the history of psychedelic toad venom, of 5-MeO-DMT containing toad venom, because people have this idea that all psychedelics have been used for thousands of years, that every psychedelic has an ancient history. But when you look into the history of 5-MeO-DMT, there is no evidence, really, no convincing evidence that I'm aware of. Ceramic toad is that evidence that people smoke toad venom. And in my opinion, it might be some indication that maybe they did, but it's certainly not hard evidence. Even if this guy sitting on his back smoking a pipe, it wouldn't be hard evidence. But anyway, so there isn't convincing evidence as far as I'm concerned of ancient toad venom use. So the question is, when did it start? Was the first person to do this? And I love these little historical investigations to get to the bottom. Who was the first person to synthesize this drug? What were their intentions? Who was the first person to smoke toad venom?
The toad venom is a weird one too, because it's this bizarre misconception that you lick the toads.
Right. Which again, journalistically produced. So the movie was inspired by cartoons as well, to some extent. But yes.
So whatever this is, and you put it on glass, and then you dry it out. Is that the idea?
That's the idea, yes.
And then you scrape it off with a razor blade, and then smoke it.
That's it.
And does it come? Is it a pure form of 5-MeO DMT?
No, and there's actually very little chemical analysis that's been done in the 21st century. I analyzed a sample that I collected when I was in Sonora, and it contained, in addition to 5-MeO DMT, it contains some interesting serotonin derivatives, serotonin and sulfate, and nobody knows how these different tryptamine components, as well as these steroidal lactones that are sometimes toxin, contribute to the experience. If I had to guess, probably not that much, but maybe there's a little bit of that sort of entourage effect that you get with almost any plant that has a variety of different alkaloids that might inhibit certain enzymes or do this or that. But it's about 15%, according to the older literature. The analysis that I did wasn't quantitative, so I don't know exactly what the concentration was, but it's somewhere in that region. I'm sure it depends on what the toad has been built to previously, all these other variables.
Does the experience mirror taking synthetic 5-MeO DMT?
I haven't tried. I've tried synthetic 5-MeO DMT a couple times. I tried full once at a low dose, once at a high dose. They were all different, but then everything is different. Mushrooms are different every time I take them. It's really hard once you start explaining a different experience based on the composition of the material, because how do you assign it to the dose or the minute number of different tryptamines that are also present? It's really hard to say. But, I think that there is a strong argument to be made for using synthetic as opposed to the toad-derived material, simply because you don't have to harm, or not that it necessarily does harm toads, but you don't even have to risk it.
Right.
And it's easy to synthesize.
Yeah, I'm sure toads aren't into getting rubbed on windshields.
Yeah.
Long day for a toad.
Yeah, you want to eat insects.
Yeah, whatever the fuck you do. One of the more interesting stories out of the last decade or so was this story that I read about these scholars in Jerusalem that were connecting the story of Moses and the burning bush to the acacia bush and the acacia tree, which is rich in DMT. And they believe that, when you're talking about a story that was told through oral traditions for who knows how many years, and then written down in ancient Hebrew, and then transcribed, and translated to Greek and Latin and all these different. There's a lot lost in the mix, and they believe that what that story might have been about, with Moses coming down from Mount Sinai with the tablets and having the experience with meeting God in a burning bush, that this is in fact was a dimethyltryptamine experience.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's a big maybe.
It's a big maybe. I can say that if you go to the south of Mexico, Chiapas, there's a tree that grows there. It's a weed called Mimosa hostilis. Maybe you're familiar with it. And this is so abundant that it's used to make fence posts. All the fences on the side of the road are made of Mimosa hostilis. It's used as firewood to cook meals. The air smells like DMT because people are using it as fuel all over the place. Not a single person that I spoke with was aware of the recycle. These are people that are burning it all the time.
Do they get high from it? Is there, like, if you were in a tent or something like that, you were doing a hot box sort of scenario, would you get high from it?
No, I saw no. Would you? Maybe. It's about 2% DMT. So
You probably have to get so sick. Coughing.
yeah, it would be just smoking pure crystal DMT can be very difficult for some people. So my guess, not to be like a wet blanket, but my guess is not really. And that's a very strong source. As strong as maybe there's some occasions stronger, but that's certainly comparable. And that's something people are using to cook food all the time. They're not aware that it's like that.
So, was there a way, or is there a way, for a person living thousands of years ago to somehow or another extract DMT from something like the acacia tree?
I actually spent some time thinking about that a while ago. First of all, it depends on how you define extraction. If we're to, like an ayahuasca sense, like a tea, of course, yeah, that's what you would need some sort of enzyme inhibitor to create the ayahuasca. If we were to create an isolated smokable form, again, you could just do like an aqueous infusion and try that out and maybe smoke that. In terms of like a renal extraction that would produce crystals of DMT, I don't know what the non-polar solvent they would be using to extract the freebase would be, like butter or something, and then how would you get rid of the butter?
So what is the process? Like if you're going to take a tree that's rich in DMT and extract DMT from it, what do you have to use?
You're done.
No, I've never done.
Okay. Well, it's a very generalizable and simple process that applies to almost everything in chemistry. It's sometimes it's called an acid-base extraction. Most people that are in the DMT community go something they call straight to base, and the idea is that the side chain of the DMT molecule contains basic nitrogen. That if it's protonated in an acidic solution, then it's water soluble, and if it's deprotonated, then it's only soluble in a non-polar solvent. So what you do is you just deprotonate the nitrogen with a base, potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide typically, and then treat that in this basic solution with non-polar solvent like naphtha, and isolate the naphtha, dry it out, and you have your material. And that applies to everything. That's not a DMT specific process. That's what people do. Everything with basic nitrogen.
Now, what's the earliest history of extraction?
Well, the first wave of DMT use in the United States was all synthetic. In fact, DMT was discovered synthetically before it was ever found in nature. The same is true of 5-MeO-DMT. There was a Canadian chemist named Richard Helmuth-Mansky. He was looking at different alkaloids in strawberry plants, and he was synthesizing references for these potential strawberry alkaloids and made DMT. So he didn't know what he had made other than a potential natural product from strawberries. And then it wasn't until Zara, much later, conducted self-experiments with injected DMT that people became fully aware of its psychoactivity, and people started. It's a fascinating time in psychedelic research because you have these convergences of these amazing ideas. First, you have the discovery of serotonin, which is like, we take this for granted now. It's in television commercials, but this was, of course, something that no one knew about, and something we're finding this in all kinds of different animals. Initially, it was in the salivary glands of squid and different animals that we're finding in the human intestine. Then they're also finding that all these plants that people worshipped in various indigenous societies also contain serotonin-like molecules. And they discover LSD and find that that's maybe the most potent known pharmacological agent at that time. And it binds to serotonin receptors. It activates a serotonin-type response in isolated tissue. So there's like this weird triple convergence of information. Super potent, amazing compound LSD is discovered. Serotonin is discovered in all these different organisms, and there's a pharmacological convergence between the two of them. And you have all these people worshiping serotonin-like molecules. So there was a lot of enthusiasm at that time to figure all this out.
So in terms of history, so we're talking about like somewhere in the 1950s, they started extracting DMT. The use of it orally dates back far longer than that because of use of MAO inhibitors and creating ayahuasca. But in terms of the first extraction, we kind of isolate. Yeah.
To smoke.
Yeah.
It might have been later, it might have been.
Okay. So the idea that people thousands of years ago were able to do something along those lines is probably not accurate. Because they're talking about a burning bush. That's why it's appealing to people, right? The idea of Moses. Do you think that maybe the understanding of synthesis from, synthesizing this from these scholars, maybe they don't have enough understanding of chemistry?
Well, what would be really interesting is to do an experiment to see what were the materials that were available